I am currently writing this on a typewriter during another blackout, with only candles lighting up the room a little, and I am terrified, my fingers trembling as I begin to recount the most horrifying experience of my life. I had just finished a late shift at my security job and arrived home. I was eating my dinner when the lights went out. When I looked outside, I noticed all the lights in the neighborhood were out as well and realized it was a blackout. Since I was already tired, I decided to go to bed earlier than usual and fell asleep. I woke up in the middle of the night and heard a weird robotic breathing. I looked up and saw a silhouette of a figure standing in the doorway with big eyes staring at me. Before I could react, there was suddenly a blinding light and I felt myself being grabbed and then dragged out of my bed, down the stairs, and outside my house. Then I was levitated up right into the sky inside of a large beam of light. Next thing I remember, I was waking up in a tight, leathery cocoon-like structure inside of which there was no room. It was like being wrapped up in a bed cover made of leather. I struggled and started to panic. I pushed and pushed before I finally broke out, but violently floated across the room with zero gravity. I banged against steel before I managed to grab onto something. I noticed I was inside a large cylinder-like room made entirely of steel. I noticed that I was not only wet but was bleeding. I must have had tubes put into me which ripped out when I broke out. I noticed that there were other cocoons against one side of the wall, one of which was moving and I could hear a muffled female voice. I readied myself and managed to crawl along the cylinder walls and managed to reach the cocoon. I whispered, "Calm down, I'm here to help," and managed to rip the cocoon open. There was a woman inside and she was panicking. I managed to calm her down, but then heard loud metallic noises. I covered the woman's mouth and told her to be quiet. The noise got closer. It was like loud metallic footsteps. In the distance, I saw a large robot with spider legs and large tentacles and a big spotlight on its head shining on the cocoons. That was when I realized it was checking the cocoons. I helped the woman out of the cocoon, pulling apart the leather-like material and carefully but quickly removing the tubes from her body. Just as she broke out, I managed to hold onto her and prevent her from floating away. The light shined on us before turning red. The robot saw us and a loud, deafening alarm sounded. The robot started crawling towards us. Me and the woman started to crawl along the walls, but the robot was fast approaching us. I saw a square opening in the wall which the robot couldn't fit through. It was our only hope, so as quick as we possibly could, we managed to reach it and pull ourselves into it, and what I saw will haunt me forever. It was a large room full of dead people, people who have been experimented on, cut open, torn apart, corpses and human remains floated around the room. The woman and I froze in shock as tentacles wrapped around us, and I blacked out. I woke up with a blurry vision laying down. When my eyes adjusted, I saw I was surrounded by aliens. A few scaly reptilian-like aliens and a couple smaller bug-eyed aliens. I was in excruciating pain. I tried to get up, but one of the reptilians pushed me back down. I was then injected with a needle which paralyzed my entire body, but I could still feel. The aliens started to experiment on me, and I felt everything. I was in absolute agony when they cut me open, inspected my insides, and performed experiments. The last thing I remembered was them cutting my skull open and inspecting my brain. I woke up early in the morning. I was found by a trucker who gave me some clothes and drove me to a hospital. When I arrived to tell the doctors and the police what happened, they didn't believe me. Even the psychiatrist I've spoken to have suggested it's just psychosis, but I know what happened. I wrote my story on the internet and reached out to multiple news publications and podcasts. But when I checked in the morning, everything I wrote was gone, and none of the people I reached out to replied back to me. That same morning, there was a knock at the door. I answered it, and standing there were two men in black suits and fedoras. They stood staring at me as I realized their skin was very pale and looked leathery. They told me in a weird robotic voice that they were CIA and told me to stop telling stories or face severe consequences. Then they left. I immediately understood. This is why I'm writing on a typewriter. I haven't slept at night ever since, and now, during a blackout, I'm terrified. I've been terrified the aliens will come back for me. The one thing that's been on my mind recently is the woman who was abducted with me. Is she still alive? If she is, then we can share our story and make people believe what happened. I have to find her.
I'm a 36-year-old woman, and when I was 26, I went through a life-altering breakup. To save you some time from reading so much, I'll just sum it up. It took me about 3 years to get back into a serious relationship. So about 2 months after my breakup, some female friends invited me over to this very large, old, and beautiful house that the two of them rented for the 4th of July. When I arrived at the house, they told me that they invited a guy friend who they wanted me to meet. I had seen his picture on one of their MySpace friends list, and I commented that he was cute at some point before, but they promised there was no pressure. I was, after all, mostly still a raw and tragic mess at this point. So the guy friend arrived and we were introduced. While he was not as cute as his profile picture, he was funny and easy to talk to. Besides, I wasn't looking for anything, so whatever. I then learned that he was quite taken by how gorgeous I was, even though he chose to tell me that he was nervous when he first met me. He said I looked like a beast, whatever that means. We hung out that night, and when he asked for my number, I gave it to him because he seemed like a decent enough person. Fast forward 2 weeks or so. We've talked a little through text and instant messenger, and I've hung out with our group of mutual friends a handful of times. I make it very clear that I'm in no state to be in a relationship if he wants to try to take it there. He says he understands, but that he enjoys my company. And I said, fair enough. So one night after we've been out with our group at our usual bars and restaurants, I agreed to go back to his place with him. We hang out and, we do our adult things. No big deal. The next morning, we're hanging out and chatting a bit before I have to head home. At some point, he says,
You're a really heavy sleeper.
My initial reaction is to chuckle, and I agree that I sleep like a dead person. Before I catch something sort of odd in his tone that I can't put my finger on, I say,
Wait, what do you mean?
He stumbles over his words a little and he says,
I just honestly thought you were pretending to be asleep because you were making these little noises like you were enjoying yourself.
I felt like someone had poured ice water down my spine and was speechless for a moment before I said,
What did you do to me?
He blanched at my tone and quickly said,
Nothing, really. Once I realized you were really asleep, I stopped.
He refused to elaborate on that statement, but I felt absolutely sickened. In the months following this, he would text me obsessively, send me messages on MySpace at all hours of the night, telling me things like, have fun getting laid, you cunt. Apparently, this all stemmed from his inability to understand why I didn't want to be his girlfriend or see him anymore. He started flirting with my friends in an attempt to make me jealous, and even started trying to chat up the 15-year-old sister of my best friend. Except that his flirtation devolved into him saying that he hated her because she reminded him of me. In the end, his crazy behavior only stopped when one of my friends, who he said was disgusting because she was overweight, but she had pretty eyes, she responded to him positively to his advances. Today, they're still married, as far as I know. I contacted him about 5 years ago wanting to apologize for any pain that I might have caused him. He ended up making inappropriate comments on my Facebook pictures in the middle of the night and picking weird petty fights with my fiance in the comments. Even though he is married to a psychiatrist, his actions made it abundantly clear that growth and rational behavior still aren't his strong suits. I now live 700 miles away from where I first met him. I moved back to my hometown 2 years ago though. Unfortunately, I learned about a year ago that he now lives in the same state. Thinking about him still makes my skin crawl. I live in fear of him realizing that I'm a relatively short drive away. Hopefully he doesn't find me again.
I am going to tell you about the most horrifying experience in my life, which I unfortunately share with my niece Sherry. It happened when Annette, my sister and Sherry's mother, had to work abroad for a week, and I was the only one who could look after Sherry, as I was working as a web developer and could work from my laptop. Annette was telling me to be extra careful, as there were cases of missing children and murdered parents around the area. Despite being a petite young woman, I knew how to take care of myself and had common sense to lock all the doors and windows. Plus, Sherry was never alone in the house. I had already looked after Sherry in Annette's house for a week before that night. It started as a regular night. Sherry had come home from school, did her homework. We ate pizza I had ordered and watched a movie before I put Sherry to bed. A couple hours went by, and Sherry was asleep upstairs while I sat in the living room working on my laptop, while I put a movie on in the background, when I heard footsteps upstairs. At first, I thought it was Sherry, when I realized the footsteps were louder than a 12-year-old girl's and sounded wet. It was raining outside, but no way would Sherry go out in the cold rain that night. I walked up the stairs. When I got to the top of the stairs, I walked towards Sherry's room when I gasped and froze in shock when I saw a figure of a tall, bulky man standing in the doorway of Sherry's room. The man heard me and looked towards me. He was wearing a rabbit mask over a full-faced black balaclava and was holding a hook in one hand and rope and duct tape in the other. He looked at me and said, "You're not Annette," before putting his hook up towards his lips and said, "Be quiet, you'll wake up Sherry," before he started walking into Sherry's room. I then screamed Sherry's name as I ran towards the room. That's when the man turned towards me, raising his hook and started walking towards me, as Sherry woke up and screamed. I walked backwards as the man approached me. I knew I needed to run, but I didn't want to leave Sherry, and he was right in between us with no exit for Sherry. I managed to lure the man out of Sherry's room when he lunged towards me, swinging the hook towards me. I managed to dodge out of the way, but he cut me across the upper back and I fell down the stairs. I landed on the bottom floor, my back bleeding and in pain. I looked up and saw the man walking down the stairs. I looked and saw both my phone on the living room coffee table and the kitchen, where I remembered the large kitchen knives. I looked up at the man as he ran and jumped at me. I rolled out of the way and he double stomped on the ground. If I hadn't moved, he would have jumped on my ribs. I got up and ran towards the coffee table with him very close behind me. He swung the hook towards my neck, but I ducked underneath and grabbed my laptop and managed to smack him across the face with it, hard enough for him to stumble, but not fall down. The rabbit mask came off and I saw his balaclava with very little holes for his mouth and eyes. I could only see his pupils. Behind him, I saw Sherry at the bottom of the stairs as she screamed my name. I screamed at her to run to the neighbors as the man swung the hook at me, as I managed to block it. He pushed me down onto the coffee table with him coming on top of me. He raised the hook up at me and swung it down and impaled my hand. I screamed in agony as he pushed the hook towards my chest. I resisted, but he was too strong, the tip of the hook stabbing my chest. With enough adrenaline, I poked my nails into his eyes and used my legs to sweep him off balance, then kicked him off, his hook ripping out a chunk of my hand. I ran to the kitchen with him chasing me. I threw a blender at him, which he blocked with both arms. I managed to grab a big kitchen knife as he swung towards me. I dodged and managed to stab him in the side. He retaliated by hitting me with a backhand, knocking me out. I woke up on the kitchen floor, dazed, and I saw Annette's neighbor kneeling next to me holding a gun. He asked if I'm okay before helping me to my feet, telling me the police were on their way and that Sherry was safe in his house. I looked around and saw a trail of blood leading to the back door, where the window was smashed. Soon the police showed up and I was questioned after I had been to the hospital. The police looked for the man but couldn't find him, and the DNA collected from his blood led to nowhere. Sherry has been traumatized from the incident. She can't sleep at night and has had hours of counseling. Annette has quit her job and moved herself and Sherry to a small apartment in the city. I survived, but he got away, and I cannot rest knowing he's still out there.
I've been working at this new classified location for 2 weeks now. When I say classified, I mean every piece of information surrounding the exact location of this place is unknown to the workers or the scientists. There are 2 distinct groups here, the ones I mentioned before. I'm one of the workers. We don't have names, just numbers, and our job is to do maintenance around the facilities and install machinery throughout the buildings. Scientists are here to analyze data. We have no idea what it is that we're studying down here, but everyone always seems on edge. There are rumors that a few of the workers have gone missing, and that's why they needed a new team. Honestly, I don't know what to believe. I mean, this place gives me the chills, but I haven't seen anything down here yet. Only empty corridors that all look and smell the same. 2 weeks of this, but today was a different day. Today I found something else. I was carrying some new equipment to assemble in a new area that had been found. Number 56, another worker, was helping me carry the equipment. As we arrived, I saw a passage that I had never seen before, and I was sure that we had passed here multiple times. Anyway, I wasn't paid to think, so we carried on. As we approached, me and 56 saw a passageway that looked like we were going outside. What I mean is that we could see buildings in front of us with windows, and it looked like they were outside. But for some reason, the building had no door and the windows looked weird. They were asymmetrical and in different sizes. Also, the sky, it looked flat, and the stars looked like they were painted. There were a few trees as well, and a street made of concrete. That was real. Without much conversation, we carried the equipment to the designated area that was marked by orange markers on the ground. This was common protocol. While I was mounting the instruments, 56 started to hear the voice of someone asking for help. I told him that's strange because There's no other team out here right now. But, yes, he was right. I could hear someone asking for help. We tried to pinpoint the location, and it came from a small building, similar to a suburban house on the other side of the street. There was no way we could ignore this plea for help, so we investigated. The closer we got to the door, the louder the sound became. It was very clear now. Someone was inside asking for help. And my first thought was of the missing team. Were the rumors true? I guess we were about to find out. When we entered the house, it completely surprised me because there was a massive hallway that didn't look to have an end. It just led to darkness. The plea for help was coming from the end of the hallway, so we walked towards it. Until we were completely surrounded by darkness. It felt like it would never end, but we could hear the man. It was the man screaming and begging for help. We rushed forward to get to him faster, and finally, we saw a corner. The hallway had an ending after all. 56 was the first to turn the corner, but as soon as he did, a hand from the left side grabbed him from the helmet and pushed him to the side, disappearing through the corner. I entered a panic state and my first thought was running. So that's what I did. I ran through that dark and empty hallway without looking back. That's when I heard footsteps. Something or someone was chasing me. Was it 56 or whatever had grabbed him? I needed to know. So I looked back. And to my terror, it wasn't 56. It was something else. Something with long, thin, and slimy limbs. The head was weirdly shaped, but I didn't have a lot of time to understand it. Running was my only focus now. I kept running until I found the door leading to the street. After that, I ran to the passageway leading to the inside corridors that we passed every day. After a few minutes, I was near the main base of operations. I was debriefed by the scientists several times and was placed under psychological care with one of our therapists. I tried to leave this place on my own, but they didn't want to let me go easily. They said we are a vital part of the project. Honestly, I don't think they'll ever let us leave this place.
I was just having a normal day chilling at home watching Netflix. I remember it was raining outside and listening to the sound was even more relaxing. After a couple of hours and after binging a lot of episodes, I had to get up and use the toilet. As I approached the door, something unexplainable happened. When I'm about to enter the toilet, I fell, but not onto the ground, into the ground. I didn't see any holes and I'm very sure there isn't one there, but still. I'd fell through the ground into another place that wasn't supposed to be there. Not knowing where I was at that point, I took a look around, confused and scared. The only thing I could see was a massive, large corridor covered in yellow wallpaper. It was illuminated by big white LEDs that emit a very loud buzzing. The ground was covered in a grayish carpet that was wet everywhere, and in some places, you could see puddles of what I thought was water. The stench of wet carpet and moisture was everywhere and was intoxicating. I took out my phone and realized I had no reception. Maybe it was because I was underground, but there wasn't any structure built under my house. I had no explanation for what was happening. Confused, I started walking forward with no idea where I was going. A couple of hours have passed and everything looked the same. And when I say a couple of hours, I mean I had no idea. My phone and my watch were stopped. There were only a bunch of corridors with the same wallpaper everywhere. Everything looked the same. Desperate, I tried screaming for help. Nothing. The only noise I could hear was the deafening buzzing from the LEDs on the ceiling. That was until I crossed one of the corridors. I saw behind a wall something very thin moving, like a very thin arm. I was a bit far, but it looked like a hand at the end. I asked if someone was there with a trembling voice. No one answered and the arm pulled back. I gave a step forward, but all of a sudden, something appeared from the corner, emitting a deafening screech sound that echoed through the corridors. Shocked and terrified, I could only take a glimpse of what that thing was. It looked humanoid in the sense of having arms and legs, but its head was massive and skin dark and wrinkled. It kept screeching and coming in my direction. I turned around and ran for my life, not knowing where to go. All looked the same until I reached a dead end. This was it. I had no time to go back because the creature was already closing the only exit from the corridor. As I'm walking backwards, crying and screaming, the creature also walks towards me. When it reached inches from my face, I took one more step into a water puddle, and magically I reappeared in my house, on the same spot where I had fallen into that yellow nightmare. I was sitting on the ground leaning against the wall, thinking what the hell just happened? Was this something supernatural? A glitch in reality? Whatever it was, it made me leave my house on the very next day, and I never looked back.
Another day working at the office. Today something feels different. I'm not sure why. Maybe it's the fact that I feel so tired. Perhaps I can just rest my eyes for a few seconds. Wait. What's wrong? Did I fall asleep till dark? I don't see anyone here. The place is empty. I should get going before I get in trouble. I've been walking for so long already. I can't find the exit door. Why? I could have sworn it was right here, but it's just rooms and more rooms. I don't see any other people around here either. The office room was full of people today. Where did everyone go? Is this a joke? Am I being pranked? What is that noise? It's coming from that corner. What is it? Should I say something? I'm too creeped out. What do? He looks like he works here, but wait a second. Is he dressed the same way I am? Who is he? I think I'm gonna say something. Here goes nothing. Hello? Maybe if I get a little closer to him, but wait a second. He is dressed the same way I am. What is going on here? He looks like me. What kind of sick joke is this? Who are you? that thing? It looks like me. Where the hell am I? I need to find a way out of here. Maybe the windows. Let me see. They're stuck. They won't budge.
If you aren't familiar with Patreon, it's an easy way for those interested in my work to see new exclusive content and updates before anyone else. By contributing as little as $1 per month, patrons will enable me to dedicate more of my time to creating by helping cover the many costs incurred for my work. You have access to a Discord chat, and you can chat directly with me at any time, among other things. Don't forget to check it out. I said very frantically, "I'm gonna die." That's all I remember until we reached the clinic. I then recovered consciousness in the emergency room. I opened my eyes and saw blurry shadows, doctors and nurses, all around me. I fought them off for a bit and fell back into a trance. I started to see dead people and talking to people the doctors could not see. A very beautiful female silhouette reached out her hand, and I took it. We began to fly through the underworld. I heard voices that screamed, "Help!" There were special doors to enter a new level in the underground, each one revealing a more disturbing place. It was like going through Dante's Inferno. We finally reached what looked like firm, dark air and stood there. I looked around and saw demonic creatures everywhere. I felt shivers and realized where I was. I had been lured into hell.
While I was in high school, I had a really awesome job working security at a cemetery that was only a couple of miles away from my house. It was a great job while in high school, since it paid slightly more than minimum wage. However, I had to work the graveyard shift on the weekends. At first, I didn't mind the late shift since I never saw anyone after we closed. But also I got to stay in my truck and listen to the radio. The biggest and most important thing about all of this was at the time, I didn't believe in ghosts. The job was great for me since I got paid hourly to basically do nothing. However, my enthusiasm for my job slowly dissipated as a couple of events that I can't explain occurred, slowly turning me into a believer. The first thing that happened that I thought was really strange was this odd mist that would only come in during the nighttime. This made shining my flashlight around the dark cemetery all the more difficult. I wrote off the mist as just being the cold weather during the night, a rather simple explanation. There were parts of the graveyard that I would avoid at night, not that I was afraid or anything, but mainly because my radio didn't get that great of reception. It would seem I would always get a blend of two stations around this one tombstone, which I always thought was weird. It would be the only part of the graveyard that would do it. On the tombstone was the death date, June 6th, 2006. Or in other words, 666. I am not a superstitious person, but I always thought that was weird. The next thing that I noticed that I thought was weird were the lights. When I'm saying lights, I'm not referring to the lampposts inside the cemetery. I'm referring to actual lights that floated and hovered around the cemetery. At first, I thought they were these lightning bugs, but typically, those give off a greenish-yellow glow for a few seconds. These lights that I would sometimes see were white. Rather than dissipating after a few seconds, they lasted for a couple of minutes and moved very slowly. I wrote off this experience as a mixture between the mist that hovered in the graveyard and the passing cars that would sometimes pass by the cemetery throughout the night. This explanation didn't really hold up considering not that many cars drove by that late at night. The lights didn't scare me, they just made me uneasy. It was as if the alleged spirits of the graveyard were reminding me that I wasn't alone. The things that did scare me were the shadow people. I remember seeing my first shadow person I thought that someone had broken into the cemetery. At this point in my security career, I didn't believe in the paranormal. Because of this, the only reasonable explanation that I could come up with was someone had broken in and that I needed to find them. I left my truck and chased after them, but I obviously ended up empty-handed, as well as a good distance away from my truck that I originally wanted to be. On my long and lonesome walk back from my frivolous pursuit, I thought I heard whispering all around me. Normally I would write this off as the wind in the trees, but I heard actual words, as well as my name. My full name. This obviously bothered me, and I spent the rest of the evening inside my truck. There was another time I was doing a patrol while I remained inside the safety of my truck, while listening to the radio. I was disoriented with all the mist, and I hadn't realized I was near the 666 tombstone, and my radio went on the fritz. Instead of the normally merging the two radio stations, I heard something very deep and growling coming from my radio. It told me the exact day I would die in a very demonic voice. This event wasn't nearly as scary, but a part of me is quite curious to see if this would be correct. Granted, this experience was probably just someone fooling around on the radio late at night, but you better believe me when I tell you I have the exact date written down, just in case. While I was in high school, I had a really awesome job working security at a cemetery that was only a couple of miles away from my house. It was a great job while in high school, since it paid slightly more than minimum wage. However, I had to work the graveyard shift on the weekends. At first, I didn't mind the late shift since I never saw anyone after we closed, but also I got to stay in my truck and listen to the radio. The biggest and most important thing about all of this was, at the time, I didn't believe in ghosts. The job was great for me since I got paid hourly to basically do nothing. However, my enthusiasm for my job slowly dissipated as a couple of events that I can't explain occurred, slowly turning me into a believer. The first thing that happened that I thought was really strange was this odd mist that would only come in during the nighttime. This made shining my flashlight around the dark cemetery all the more difficult. I wrote off the mist as just being the cold weather during the night, a rather simple explanation. There were parts of the graveyard that I would avoid at night, not that I was afraid or anything, but mainly because my radio didn't get that great of reception. It would seem I would always get a blend of two stations around this one tombstone, which I always thought was weird. It would be the only part of the graveyard that would do it. On the tombstone was the death date, June 6th, 2006. Or in other words, 666. I am not a superstitious person, but I always thought that was weird. The next thing that I noticed that I thought was weird were the lights. When I'm saying lights, I'm not referring to the lampposts inside the cemetery. I'm referring to actual lights that floated and hovered around the cemetery. At first, I thought they were these lightning bugs, but typically, those give off a greenish-yellow glow for a few seconds. These lights that I would sometimes see were white. Rather than dissipating after a few seconds, they lasted for a couple of minutes and moved very slowly. I wrote off this experience as a mixture between the mist that hovered in the graveyard and the passing cars that would sometimes pass by the cemetery throughout the night. This explanation didn't really hold up considering not that many cars drove by that late at night. The lights didn't scare me, they just made me uneasy. It was as if the alleged spirits of the graveyard were reminding me that I wasn't alone. The things that did scare me were the shadow people. I remember seeing my first shadow person. I thought that someone had broken into the cemetery. At this point in my security career, I didn't believe in the paranormal. Because of this, the only reasonable explanation that I could come up with was someone had broken in and that I needed to find them. I left my truck and chased after them, but I obviously ended up empty-handed, as well as a good distance away from my truck that I originally wanted to be. On my long and lonesome walk back from my frivolous pursuit, I thought I heard whispering all around me. Normally I would write this off as the wind in the trees, but I heard actual words, as well as my name. My full name. This obviously bothered me, and I spent the rest of the evening inside my truck. There was another time I was doing a patrol while I remained inside the safety of my truck, while listening to the radio. I was disoriented with all the mist, and I hadn't realized I was near the 666 tombstone, and my radio went on the fritz. Instead of the normally merging the two radio stations, I heard something, very deep and growling, coming from my radio. It told me the exact day I would die, in a very demonic voice. This event wasn't nearly as scary, but a part of me is quite curious to see if this would be correct. Granted, this experience was probably just someone fooling around on the radio late at night, but you better believe me when I tell you I have the exact date written down, just in case.
A little background on me. I was raised by emotionally unavailable parents who fought often. One evening, around midnight, when I was 10 years old sleeping in my bed, my mother and father were having a terrible fight. I heard them screaming at one another, then the smashing of glass, followed by the sound of what seemed to be someone receiving a smack to their face. My mother began to cry as she ran to the front door, where she exited, slamming the door violently behind her. Next, I heard the all-too-familiar heavy stomping approaching my bedroom. My father had beaten me before, with each consecutive beating delivered harder than the last. I jumped out of bed, quickly assembled my pillows and blankets to resemble a sleeping boy, and stealthily crawled outside through the window. Running away as fast as I could, I glanced over my shoulder and saw that my bedroom light had been turned on. I was scared, but glad to be safe from more abuse. As I roamed through my neighborhood, the sodium vapor lights offered me illumination and some comfort. The little town I lived in was generally safe, a beach community on the west side with hardly any crime, and inhabited by mostly middle class, with the exception of one neighborhood which was being developed to suit the rich. And that's where I was going. I had a friend named Josh who lived there. He and I secretly shared a mini bike, one of those small motorcycles made for kids, powered by a lawnmower engine. I was going to pick up the mini bike and go for a ride. When I arrived at Josh's, I tiptoed alongside of his house to the bush where he stashed the mini bike. I quietly wheeled the mini bike onto the street, where I pushed it around the corner to an alleyway which was the last standing remnant of the old neighborhood. All the houses of this alleyway were being torn down, so there was nobody living there. I loved riding this mini bike down this alleyway because it was a long stretch of uninterrupted road where I could gun it at full throttle. I pulled the starter rope 2 or 3 times, and the lawnmower engine fired up. I mounted the mini bike and pulled off into the night. Riding, with my long auburn hair flowing in the wind, I felt empowered and free. That is, until the motor spat, then coughed, and ran out of gas. Damn Josh. With all his family's money, he'd never filled the gas tank. I was always the one to refill it. And now I was stuck. I sighed, dismounted the mini bike, and began to push it back toward Josh's house. Suddenly, I heard a loud smashing sound, crunching metal and shattering glass. I whipped my head around, and discovered 2 pinpoints of light behind me coming in fast. I didn't know what to do. I was trapped in the middle of the long alleyway, walled in, leaning that heavy minibike against my hip. I broke out of my stupor. I looked up at the top of the alleyway's tall concrete walls. 8 feet. There was no way I could scale 8 feet. Then an idea hit me. I could lean the minibike against the wall, step up on it, and jump for my life. And so I propped the minibike against the wall, stepped clumsily onto the seat, steadied myself as I prepared to jump, checked the coast for clear. It was too late. A large station wagon had maneuvered to my side of the alleyway and begun to grind its fenders against the concrete wall. Red hot sparks and plastic shards of yellow reflectors were flying everywhere. The thrashing sounds were deafening. That thing looked like a hearse coming for me at 50 miles per hour. I froze. I pinned my back helplessly against the wall. Then the sound of shredding steel was replaced by 4 skidding tires. I opened one eye, then the other, and beheld the image of a half-demolished metal beast smoking as it idled not 5 feet before me. And the driver, a man if you could call him that, staring at me from behind a cracked windshield, with black eyes that reflected no light and shone no soul. He was emaciated and hunched as he clutched the steering wheel with white knuckles. He panted like a dog, revealing pointed teeth. The Santa Ana winds picked up, eerily blowing his thin, stringy hair. Oh my God, he looked like a reanimated corpse. With no exit, I prayed to God to save my soul. It was at this moment that the station wagon limped slowly past me, and once clear, proceeded to accelerate again, crashing against the alleyway's concrete walls. Seeing my chance for life, I leaped off of the seat of the minibike onto the top of the wall and scaled it. The next morning, I woke up to the sound of the telephone ringing. Was last night all a dream? I felt rested. I checked myself for scrapes and bruises, but had none. I stepped out of bed and immediately collapsed from the weight I'd placed on a now seemingly sprained left ankle. I limped to the phone and answered it. "Hello?" I said. "Hey, it's Josh. Where's the minibike?" A lot of people don't know this, but you can actually rent one of those retired ranger towers. Since I love doing adventurous stuff, I decided for my vacation that I was going to spend a weekend renting one out. When I arrived at the ranger tower, I was greeted by the caretaker who gave me the keys. He also gave me a short tour of the place regarding how to use some of the amenities. After thanking him, he left a few minutes later, finally leaving me alone with the place. And man, was I glad I decided to rent the place out. The area was beautiful. I was surrounded by nothing but trees, mountains in the distance. It was really peaceful. The first night and day after went without a hitch. I'd relax and enjoy the views from atop the tower. Just as the weekend was coming to a close, that's when something happened. As I was getting ready to turn in for the night, I heard a howl from a distance. I figured it was about time that I heard a wolf or something. I hadn't seen so much as a deer the whole time since I had gotten there. But just as I was about to doze off, I heard the howl again, and this time it was even closer. Even if a wolf was getting closer, I figured there was no way it was getting up here anyway. I wasn't even going to bother taking a look outside, until I started to hear something running along the trees outside. Now, I have no idea how big wolves get, but the footsteps I was hearing sounded really heavy. That's when I actually became concerned. If it wasn't an animal, then it could be a person, I thought to myself. And with my car parked at the bottom of the tower, I was concerned about my property being messed with. So I got out of bed and took a look outside. But after a few attempts with my flashlight, I wasn't able to spot anything. I did work up the courage to yell, "Hey, you're on private property. If you don't leave now, the cops will be on their way. I also have a firearm." That was a lie. I don't own a firearm since I'm not a hunter. But also, the only thing this place is equipped with is bear mace. I was just hoping my bluff would scare away any possible intruder. But even after my threats, there was still no sign of anything. I thought maybe either he had left or it was an animal after all. But just as I was thinking of going back inside, that's when I spotted a large dark silhouette running from behind a row of trees. But every time I would try to catch it with my light, it would disappear behind another group of trees. The same thing would happen again a few minutes later, and that went on for what felt like an hour, even though I'm sure it was only several minutes. This is when I became seriously worried. Whatever it was either messing with me or testing my defenses. And as much as I wanted to call for help, I was too embarrassed at possibly having authorities come out here, only for them to realize I was scared by a run-of-the-mill forest animal. After a few minutes of silence, I started getting a sense of relief that maybe the thing had finally left. However, just as I started to relax, that's when I would see the most shocking thing I've ever seen in my life. Right by the outhouse that was located near the bottom of the tower, I saw something peeking from behind it. I didn't even need my flashlight to get a sense of what it was. It was definitely something that looked like a wolf because of its snout, but its body was large like a bear. It was also tall. The outhouse, if I had to guess, was over 6 feet tall. But whatever this thing was, it was crouching over it in an attempt to hide behind it. As soon as I saw it, for some stupid reason, I threw the bottle of bear mace that I was holding right at it. I had no idea if I hit it or not because I was too busy running back inside. And even then, I still didn't call for help. For the rest of the night, I didn't do anything but hide inside the top of the tower. I cowered in a corner while gripping a flare gun for protection. The whole time, all I could do was listen closely, hoping whatever that thing was wouldn't start walking up the steps located on the lower levels of the tower. After a terrifying couple of hours waiting, the sun finally came up. I worked up the courage to finally take a look outside again, and when it looked like the coast was clear, I got the hell on out of there. I told the caretaker about what had happened, but upon checking, he said he didn't find anything unusual. I did end up paying a small fee, though, for the damaged bottle of bear mace that I threw. Maybe it did hit its target after all.
This happened to my mom and I when I was a kid. It was around the late 80s. I must have been around 7 or 8 years old at the time. I lived in the Bronx, New York, and I was born and raised there. My mom told me this story when I was older, though. Back in the 1980s in New York, there was a serial killer on the loose roaming around looking for his victims. He carried a hammer, so they called him Hammerman. He would attack his victims with a hammer, killing them or severely hurting them. The cops were looking for him, so all of New York were warned about him. This is what my mom told me. We had just left my grandma's house, and it was late, around 7 or 8 at night, probably later. My mom and I would always take this shortcut through the small park. But that night we were walking and it was dark and scary. We were walking fast trying to make it home. Now this may sound cliche, but my mother heard some light laughing and some sounds as if there was someone near us. When my mom turned around, she saw a man hiding behind a tree, but she could actually see him even though it was dark. She told me to walk faster, and she looked back again and saw the man was behind us, walking at a high speed trying to catch up to us. But he was laughing for some reason. She said he was holding something in his hand and it looked like a hammer. So right away she knew it was Hammerman, and she started to run and shout and scream while holding my hand and dragging me. I was a big 7 or 8 year old, so my mother couldn't carry me. So she actually drugged me, literally. She was dragging me across the ground. I was pretty slow, so she had to do that. She saw a couple, and it was a man and a woman. And they were walking ahead of us. She yelled and caught their attention. She was shouting and that it was the Hammerman, and he's behind us. The couple turned and they looked behind us, but he had already ran away. My mom told me that if it wasn't for that couple that was walking there that night, that there's no telling what could have happened to us. We could have been his next victim. Now, I know this story sounds crazy and it's short, but this is a true story, and now I'm an adult. And I've never forgotten about that night. I can't remember if they ever caught him or not, but I know I'm lucky and thankful to be here to tell this story.
During the summer, my friends and I would walk through our small town and hang out at some of the local places to have fun. One day, my friend told us that he heard there was actually a shortcut into town through the forest. He was also told that an old abandoned bed and breakfast was located somewhere along the path. Of course, upon hearing this, all of us were more than willing to take the shortcut. We took the path through the forest the next day. After walking for what felt like a half an hour, we finally came upon the bed and breakfast. We had no idea what exactly happened to it, but just by looking at it, the place looked as if it had gone through a fire, as well as being damaged by the weather. But just as we were about to venture inside the structure, we were caught off guard by an unexpected sight. There, on the second-floor window, was a woman. Not only were we surprised that someone was in the building, but something about the woman's appearance made us feel a little uneasy. She was pale with a gaunt face, long, thin, and stringy black hair draped over her shoulders. Her white dress also looked as if it was in need of a wash. But the most creepy thing about her was that she was staring at us with her large and colorless eyes. We figured she was probably just some homeless person, but regardless, we had no intention of finding out. We quickly backed away from the building and got back on the dirt road. But as we carried on our way, my friends and I couldn't help but look back. There, during the whole time we were walking away, was the woman peering through the window, following us with her glare. As creeped out as we were by the incident, my friends and I liked the fact that the shortcut made it so much easier to get across town. We decided that we weren't going to let some weird lady prevent us from saving time on our commute. But every time we took the shortcut through the woods, there, on the second-floor window of the house, would be the same woman staring at us. Her gaze followed us every time we walked by. The weird thing, however, was the fact that we would never see the woman staring from the window on our way back. One day, as we were hanging out with another friend of ours, the topic of the creepy woman from the window came up. Upon hearing it, our friend's expression suddenly grew cold. When we asked why he looked so scared, he told us that the abandoned bed and breakfast we were talking about used to be owned by a family, and the description we gave about the woman we would always see by the window was similar to that of the wife and mother of the family. Apparently, she had a nervous breakdown one day and set the rooms where her family was sleeping on fire, killing all of them, including a few guests staying at the place at the time. Even though my friends and I had joked about the woman possibly being a ghost, none of us really believed in that stuff. But we'd be lying if the hairs on our necks didn't stand up when our friend told us about the history of the place. Despite being a little scared, our curiosity got the better of us. We had to find out once and for all who the woman by the window was. We soon made our way to the abandoned bed and breakfast, but to our surprise, there was no sight of the woman standing by the window. Gathering all the courage we could, we made our way inside the abandoned place through the unlocked front door. But before we could investigate the dilapidated and dark house, we saw a sight that shocked all of us. This whole time, we had assumed that the woman was staring at us through a second-floor window. But we realized that the window was decorative, and it was placed high up on an interior wall. That meant whoever the woman staring at us was, she was either standing on a really tall ladder, or she was floating.
I had gone to Hollywood with the dream of becoming an actress. Even though a lot of people I knew were against the idea, I knew that I had to try it since it was my dream. Fortunately for me, the move wasn't too bad. I had a friend who had already moved out there to become an actress as well. Staying at her place was a lot cheaper than paying rent anywhere else. There was a bit of a culture shock for me. I had come from a place where most people hunted and drove trucks, to a place where most people had never touched a gun other than a prop. Still, I was really excited despite being nervous about my decision. But after a few months, my enthusiasm pretty much ran out. I wasn't able to land any acting jobs outside of commercials. My friend wasn't any better off, so like her, I had to make ends meet by working at a cafe like so many others trying to make it in Hollywood. Then one day, through a friend who went to the same acting class I did, I was told about a small production company looking for an actress. And by luck, I had the exact qualification they were looking for. I was a redhead with freckles. You would think that in a place like Hollywood, they would just use hair dye and makeup to create that look. But I guess the producer of the film wanted the real thing. Well, that worked for me. I went to the production company's building the very next day. I was excited at first, until I saw how dumpy the place looked on the outside. But then again, a lot of places in Hollywood looked a lot more underwhelming than you imagine, so I didn't think too much of it. I talked to the receptionist inside and was told to take a seat in the lobby. Everything seemed normal. After a couple of minutes of waiting, I was finally guided to a room down the hall. When I entered the room, that's when I would meet the guy producing the film. He introduced himself before telling me to take a seat. I could tell right away from his smile and expression that he liked me. Not to sound obnoxious, but I was used to it from guys. And here in Hollywood, you have to get used to it. Plus, if it helped me land a role, I didn't care. So, I didn't care about him staring. After some small talk, he handed me a page from the script and told me some details about the horror movie. Honestly, it sounded like trash from the start. But at this point, I was desperate for any role. Also, this took place at a time before the internet and streaming became popular. So, if the movie was garbage, not too many people were going to see it anyway. Hopefully. Anyway, we read a few lines from the script. But after we were done, I was totally expecting him to tell me to get the hell out of there. I was so nervous that I did such a bad job at reading the lines. But to my surprise, he told me that I did a great job. So of course, I'm thinking this guy must just really like me. Fine by me. I just wanted the role. But that's when he went from talking about the movie to talking more about me. He kept asking me about my life, and if I had a boyfriend, and what I liked to do in my personal time. This is when I started to get uncomfortable, and the red flag started to go off when he began to approach me. He sat on the edge of his desk right in front of me, and started to talk about how only the determined would make it in Hollywood. And that the reason some succeed while others fail is because some were willing to do whatever it took. Soon after, he looked me straight in the eye and asked if I was one of those people who were willing to do what it took. That's when I started to feel sick to my stomach. Even though I came from a small town, I knew exactly what he was trying to do. A lot of people think when they talk about casting couches in Hollywood or the entertainment industry that there is an actual couch in the room. There wasn't. It was just a desk and 2 chairs in that room. But there were, however, 2 other doors aside from the one I entered that must have led to other parts of the building. Regardless, I wasn't interested in finding out. Even though I was desperate for a role, there was no way I was going to stoop to doing what he was suggesting. I politely told him that I wasn't interested, nervously got up from my seat, and started to walk to the door. That's when he told me that the door was locked, and the only way it could be opened was from a button from his chair. Yes, that was actually a real thing in the entertainment industry. In fact, a famous morning show host was revealed to actually have one in his office as well. So something most people thought was just a movie cliché ended up being actually true in Hollywood. Of course, I didn't realize he was telling me the truth until I tried opening the door. It's at that moment I started to panic. The producer told me that there was nothing for me to be nervous about and tried to get me to sit down again. He said that he just wanted to talk some more, but as soon as he started to walk towards my direction, that's when I knew I had no other choice. Remember when I said earlier in the story that I came from a place where hunting was the thing? Well, carrying a gun in my purse was just something I was used to. Before he could get close enough to touch me, that's when I showed him the handle of my gun. I didn't have to say much. I could tell by how large his eyes got that he got the message. He started to apologize and quickly walked behind his desk, pressing a button to unlock the door. And I didn't waste a single second getting the hell out of there. The stupid thing is, I didn't call the cops after. In fact, I was afraid that he was actually gonna call the cops on me. Even though I knew I did the right thing, I just had no idea how the law was going to see it, especially if the guy lied about how it went down. But after nothing happened weeks after, I figured there was nothing to worry about. I had told others in my acting class to stay clear of the place, but I have no idea if they took my advice. Had the internet been around at the time, I would have definitely spread the message. But it was a different time. The company has since gone out of business, but the guy, he still continued to work on small projects here and there. Despite me living a few more years in Hollywood after that incident, I never really landed any big roles in any film or TV show. But despite that, I never once questioned my decision that day.
It was my first time in Hollywood. I came alone on a trip after saving a little money and getting time off work. And just like all the others that come to the city, I went to all the usual tourist spots. One of them was the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Something you quickly realize when you go to Hollywood is that everything looks really underwhelming. It's also very dirty. But even then, it was still fun getting to see everything I'd only seen in movies and TV. Aside from all the gift shops, one thing that some areas like the Walk of Fame has are street performers. Some will do tricks while others are just people dressed up in costumes. There was this one guy who happened to be dressed like a killer clown from a horror movie. I recognized the costume because it was my little brother's favorite film. Even though he looked a little scary, I decided to get a picture with him because I knew my little brother would get a kick out of seeing it. As soon as he was finished taking a picture with another tourist, I went up to him and asked if I could be next. But instead of answering, all the guy did was look me up and down like a creep. And even after that, he still didn't say anything. He just nodded, yes. I was uncomfortable getting close to him to take a selfie, but I did it anyway. The whole time, all I could think about was him breathing on me. So I took the picture quickly and I thanked him. I tried giving him some money as a tip, but for some reason, he wouldn't take it. So I just thanked him and got out of there quickly. As I was walking away, I took a look at the picture I'd just taken. And just like I thought, the creep wasn't even looking at the camera. All he did was stare at me in the picture. There was no way that I was showing this picture to my brother, so I just erased it. Even though I was disappointed, at least I didn't pay for it. I carried on going to all the other places that I wanted to see in Hollywood. I ate at In-N-Out Burger for lunch and did a little more sightseeing after that. I was pretty tired by the time the sun started going down. I eventually went back around the area near the Hollywood Walk of Fame, since it was close to my motel. I wanted to buy a few things at the gift shop to take back home, but as I was doing a bit of shopping, that's when I happened to see the clown again. I thought. I would have thought that he would have gone home by now, but I guess these street performers work the whole day or something. I decided to go to another gift shop that was farther away, but while shopping there, I caught a glimpse again of the clown. Now, I'm thinking this guy's following me, but there's no way I could totally be sure of that since he was taking pictures with tourists. Maybe he really was just working. But since he was really creeping me out, I finally just decided to call it a night. I started walking towards the motel since it was just a few blocks away. Even though it was nighttime, there were still a lot of people around, so I felt kind of safe. But as I was walking, to my horror, I saw the clown following me. He was a bit far away, but there was no mistaking that it was him. I knew he was following me since it was too much of a coincidence, so I ran the rest of the way back to the motel without even looking back. As I got to the entrance, that's when I finally took a look around. I was relieved to see that he was nowhere in sight. I eventually made my way to my room. After taking a shower, I ate some snacks as I watched a movie on pay-per-view. But just as I was about to turn in, I heard something tapping on the window. I honestly thought I was going to have a heart attack when I realized what it was. Near the side of the parking lot, behind some bushes, was the clown. He was throwing pebbles at my window to get my attention. And to make matters worse, it looked like he was touching himself. The sicko must have wanted me to come to the window to catch me in my pajamas or something. Even though I was scared, I quickly called the cops and I locked myself in the bathroom. I was just hoping the guy wouldn't attempt to break down my door before the cops came. Fortunately, the cops came pretty quickly, but when I came out to meet them, they told me that they didn't see anybody outside. They figured the sirens must have scared him off, but they did tell me that they would follow up on the incident and look for him the next day around the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Regardless, I wasn't going to stick around. It sucked, but I ended up paying more money to just stay somewhere better. Even though I didn't see the clown again, I unfortunately had a hard time enjoying the rest of my stay in Hollywood. Because I had no idea how the guy looked underneath the makeup and costume, I realized he could be just about anybody that I saw in public. So I was pretty much paranoid the whole time. It wasn't until I got home that I was finally able to somewhat relax. To this day, however, even though it's unlikely, I still have this underlying fear that he somehow followed me home. It's terrifying to think that he could one day be near me, and I wouldn't even know it. My father used to be a good man, though he was never there for me and my sister Louisa growing up. He used to work 2 jobs and he worked all the time. This was because he always wanted to make sure that there was food on the table for my mom, my sister, and myself. It was because he grew up in poverty himself that he didn't want me and my sister to go hungry. I always used to overhear my parents arguing. My dad always used to say, "I never want my children to go hungry, like I used to." He became too overworked, and when he wasn't working, he used to be too tired to play with us. The thing is, despite him making it his #1 priority to feed me and my sister, he himself had a bad habit for binge eating. He would eat a lot on his lunch break, and he would go for midnight snacks when everyone else was asleep. Fortunately, for a while, my mom used to help him not eat too much food. Unfortunately, my mom was involved in an accident and passed outside. In his grief, he developed a binge eating disorder, eating multiple meals a day, ordering takeaways and snacking all the time. He tried to fight it by throwing out all the food, keeping himself busy. One day, he was walking down the street when a homeless man approached him, asking for food. My dad told him he didn't have any food, but he gave him some money. Despite this, the man grabbed my dad and started biting his arm, ripping off flesh and then telling my dad, "Sorry, but I wanted meat," before running away. My dad went to the hospital to have it treated. When he came home, he felt ill and quarantined himself. During this time, his binge eating disorder got much worse. He started eating food mostly unhealthy, 24/7. Mostly snacks and takeaway meals. With all of this binge eating and lack of exercise, he gained lots and lots of weight until he became extremely obese. My older sister Louisa and we had to come help and support him was 18, and Louisa was in her early 20s. I had to leave college, and my Louisa had to leave her flat, quit her job. So she was pissed, but we both had to help him. We had to clean the house, help him bathe, and we also both had to work 2 jobs each to afford the house and everything. Me and Louisa decided to help our dad. We forced him on a diet, making him eat less and less food, in hopes that he would lose some weight. Unfortunately, our dad kept on begging and begging for more food, even when he'd just eaten. He yelled out to us in the middle of the night and even cried. One night, I felt bad and I couldn't put up with his begging, so I tried to give him food, but my sister caught me on the way to his bedroom. We argued and she lectured me, so I left. His begging continued. Sometimes he started crying, which then made us cry. It was horrifying, seeing our own dad like this. We just wanted him to get better. And then one day, our dad would only beg for meat. When we tried to give him other food, which my sister insisted on giving him a diet consuming of vegetables, he wouldn't eat anything that wasn't meat. No vegetables, no chips, or anything else, just meat. When we did give him meat, he would beg for more. Louisa used to say that this was a good thing because he would lose weight not eating unhealthy snacks anymore, and we just needed to put him on a limited meat diet. The final night, Louisa and I cooked a big gammon steak for our dad. He scarfed it down, not eating the potatoes on the plate, and then he demanded more. My sister refused, saying that he'd eaten enough for today. My dad begged, saying he was starving, and once again started crying for more meat. I couldn't take my dad begging like that, so I cooked up some chicken. Louisa walked into the kitchen and turned the oven off. We argued about it until I gave up and I went into my room for the night. In my bedroom, I heard my dad calling for my sister. It took a while for my sister to actually go into his room. After a couple of minutes, I heard my sister screaming. I ran towards his room and I saw my dad lifting my sister with her stomach in his mouth. He was eating her. I stood there, frozen, and that's when he turned towards me. Blood around his mouth, tears running down his eyes. When he looked at me and said,
"I'm so sorry, sweetheart. I'm just so hungry."
One day I decided to take my camera out to the woods and do some photography. While I was a portraiture and wedding photographer, my main passion is nature photography. I just love walking through nature by myself, just me, my camera, and the beauty and serenity of nature. This time, I was looking for the best photo I could take, looking around the scenery while listening to the sounds of nature, including the birds. However, the birds flew away and everything went quiet. That was when I heard a crying, which doesn't sound like it's from an animal, but from a baby. I walked toward the crying, bewildered. I eventually saw a pram just in the middle of the woods, nobody else around. I, without thinking, approached the pram. As I got close, I realized that the crying was repetitive, like it was on a loop. There was a blanket on the pram. I took it and saw what I should have expected to see, a speaker. I turned around and suddenly I got tackled to the ground. Someone got me in a rear naked choke and was choking me. I struggled to get up until I blacked out. When I woke up, I was lying face down on the ground. My hands tied behind my back and my shirt had been taken off. My shirt had been ripped off and used to bind my hands. I looked up and saw a bulky, grizzled man in hunter's clothing. holding a Bowie knife looking down at me. He had a rifle leaned up against a tree. "Hello, sweetheart," he said. I told him to let me go. He just chuckled. Even though I thought I was screwed, I was worried about my camera. I asked him where it was. He said he was going to sell it, but told me my photos were beautiful. I got angry and yelled at him to let me go, or I will fucking kill him. He smiled, walked up to me, and kneeled down beside me. He caressed my cheek before he brushed the knife across my bare belly. I was screaming at him to get off of me and to let me go. He pushed me onto my belly and whispered in my ear, he wants to play a game. That's when he got up and stomped on my legs and my ankle multiple times. I screamed and groaned as he did so. That should stop you from running too far. He then pushed me over and cut my shirt, unbinding my wrists. He then walked over and grabbed his rifle. "I'll give you a head start." I quickly realized what was going on, so I got up and ran as fast as I could. I managed to get some distance, dodging a bear trap on the way, until my leg became too much. I couldn't help but slow down. I knew I couldn't keep running far enough, so my flight responses turned into fight. I grabbed a big stick and hid behind a tree. I waited for what seemed like a long time until I heard leaves crunching. I was too scared to peek from behind, so I waited and just hoped he wouldn't peek around the tree. Eventually, he came close. I swung the big stick at him, hitting him on the shoulder. He fired the rifle but dropped it. He grabbed me by the throat and wrestled the stick away from me. He then punched me in the belly and pushed me down. On the floor, I looked up at him. He had a big grin on his face, looking down at me. "Nice try. You actually managed to hurt me," he chuckled. He started to reach down for his rifle. I immediately got up, using my adrenaline, and grabbed his rifle just as he did. I managed to take a rifle away and took a step back. Before I could even aim, the man pulled out his Bowie knife and lunged towards me. I managed to point the gun towards his gut and shot him point blank in the stomach as he swung the knife towards me, cutting my shoulder, and he fell to his knees. While falling, he managed to knock me over. I immediately crawled backwards and got to my feet, pointing the rifle towards his head as he kneeled holding his gut. "You shot me," he said. I shouted back, "Stay down or the next shot will be between your eyes." I was enraged and wanted to kill him right there, but I couldn't bring myself to kill another human being. Even with a monster like him, I never wanted to be a killer. So instead, I hit him in the nose with the rifle and knocked him unconscious while breaking his nose, blood pouring out of his nose as he lay unconscious. I checked my shoulder. It was bleeding, but luckily the cut wasn't too deep. I knew I should have left and looked for help, but I remembered my camera and didn't want to lose it or all the photos I had on the memory card. I could also hopefully find my phone and call for the police. I started to limp back to the area I woke up, but on the way, I felt a sharp clamp on my leg. I'm an idiot. I had forgotten about the bear trap and stepped on it. My leg was trapped and I couldn't help but yell out in pain. I knelt down and tried to pry the bear trap off, but it was tight. I noticed the hunter had wrapped it in barbed wire while cutting into my leg. I had to put the rifle down as I continued to pry the bear trap off my leg. It was real tight and I couldn't pull it off. I heard a footstep and turned to look behind me. There was the hunter coming towards me with the knife held up, holding his gut, which was pouring blood, his hand doing little to stop the bleeding. I turned and aimed the rifle at him and yelled, "Stop!" as I pulled the trigger, but the damn rifle jammed. My heart stopped. I looked at the hunter and his eyes fixated on me with anger. I knelt down and tried prying the bear trap open again. I gave up and felt around the trap as quick as I can. In a miracle, I pushed down the 2 spring which released the trap. I turned and ran as the hunter slashed at me. My leg was in even more pain, and I was limping, only managing by my adrenaline. I eventually found the area I woke up in and saw my ripped shirt, as well as my camera, but I couldn't find my phone. I quickly grabbed my camera and threw the sling over my shoulder. I turned and saw the hunter, bleeding from his gut and his face pale, knife and phone in his hand. My leg was so bad that I could no longer run. I stood my ground. I tried to unjam the rifle but couldn't as the hunter came close to me and raised the Bowie knife to stab me. I hit him in the bullet wound with the butt of the rifle. He fell to his knees in pain, holding his gut. I then grabbed the rifle by the barrel like a club and swung the rifle, smacking the hunter in the jaw with the butt, knocking him out. As he lay unconscious, I knelt down and grabbed his Bowie knife before leaving. I walked for like an hour before I bumped into a couple of hikers who called emergency services for me. I had to talk to the police for hours and told them my story, showing them my leg. After a long search, they never found the hunter.
The most terrifying experience I ever had in my life was on a summer night 2 years ago. I remember it like it was yesterday. I have never told this story to anyone because who would believe me? In a few moments, you will understand why. It all started as a normal evening for me. It was a weeknight, and despite being summer, I had work the next day, so I went to bed early. But this evening was different. I wanted to watch a movie, so I prepared my popcorn, made myself comfortable on the couch, and enjoyed a sci-fi film. In the middle of watching, the lights went out. I waited for a few seconds to see if they would come back on, but nothing really happened. I went to check my fuse box to see if I could do something about it, but everything was all right, so I guessed it was a blackout in the area. I went to the window, and yes, it seemed to be a problem for everyone, because everything was dark outside. After a few seconds of looking, I heard knocking on my door. I must admit I felt chills at that moment. It was very late at night. Who could it possibly be? I approached the door silently. My idea was to look through the peephole without the person noticing my presence. As I checked the peephole, I saw a man outside, dressed in all dark clothes, like a suit and a small tie. His face looked terrifying. He was smiling behind the door and not moving. He was just waiting there for me to open it. What happened next chilled me to the bone. I am sure I made no noises behind the door, but the man said in a normal tone,
"I know you're in there,"
and kept smiling, looking through the peephole. I swear to you, it was like as if he could see me behind the door. I tried to gain some courage to tell him to go away, but all I could say was nothing. That sentence completely caught me by surprise, and at this point, I knew this man was not friendly. I just knew. I decided to pretend I was not at home and went back to my bedroom, locked the door, and got in bed. He could go around the house and look through my bedroom window, but I made sure it was locked as well. I was just going to wait for this to be over and hoped the man would go away. Minutes passed and I was still under the sheets, afraid and unable to sleep. I stayed there, waiting and praying for the man to leave my door. I tried to peek from under the sheets, and I didn't see anyone in the window. I remember hiding again, but the next time I peeked, I saw 2 shadows at my window. I felt my heart coming out of my mouth. There were 2 of them? As I tried not to faint or scream in terror, I started listening to noises coming from the living room. There were more people over there. With tears in my eyes, I tried to gain some courage and tell the people at my window to go away or I would call the cops, but they just stayed there. When I was looking at the window, the bedroom door creaked open slowly. I was sure the door was locked. I froze completely, staring at the door opening. I didn't see anyone, but there was a small light coming from the living room, and I could listen to something. And I could hear something coming from there, not random noise, but some kind of chanting. After a few minutes standing frozen in my position, I gained the courage to walk slowly to the living room. As soon as I left my bedroom, I saw people everywhere in my house, shadows everywhere, It was extremely dark, but I could see candles at the center of the room and the man I saw previously at the door. He was looking at me, still smiling. It was as if he was waiting for me or something. I had nowhere to run. There were shadows everywhere I looked. They were blocking all the exits. So I just approached the smiling man at the center of my living room. When I got close to him, he spoke.
The Lord of the Woods is coming, and he will shine the way for his children.
I saw him taking out a knife after speaking those words, and that's when I understood that this was some kind of cult and I was the sacrificial lamb. As I was thinking of what to do, something started to appear behind the man. It was a shadow, but not in the physical form. It was like something materializing behind him. It started gaining shape. I believed that they worshipped this thing, but I didn't know what it was, but it was real. I can't describe it well, other than to say it looked like a mass with many mouths. As the entity started gaining form, everyone in the room started moaning. They all seemed mesmerized, but also distracted. So I took this chance to look for an exit. I found one, the living room window. I prepared myself to run. I was not going to have time to open it. The only way was jumping through it. There was no other choice. As they kept mesmerizing the entity, I got up and I ran as fast as I could. When I got closer to the window, I jumped right through it. Because of the adrenaline, I wasn't feeling any pain. I remember getting up and looking back inside the house one more time before leaving and seeing the people inside the house looking at the entity. It was like they didn't see me. Then something happened. The mass of the creature started to disappear, and their moans became screams of agony. That's when they started to look at me, and that's when I disappeared. I ran as fast as I could, and I'm still running today. A few months ago, I managed to escape from an abusive relationship. A woman I fell for physically, mentally, and emotionally abused me for 2 years. When I broke up with her, I decided to make a new start, moving away from my hometown and into a new town on the other side of the country, starting a new job, studying, and moving into a small but inexpensive and decent apartment. Things went all right for the first couple of months, but then I started feeling exhausted but restless, stressed out, and also feeling very lonely as of late. I don't know why after such an awful relationship, but I feel the need to have someone to talk to and spend my time with. Sometimes I dream about having a new girlfriend, then wake up feeling like crap. For the past month, I have also had a lot of trouble sleeping, between not getting enough sleep, a poor sleep schedule, and feeling tired throughout the day. Lately, I have been prescribed some sleeping pills, and they have been helping me sleep. However, for the past few nights, I have had some very bad episodes of sleep paralysis. The first night, I fell asleep facing the wall. I woke up hearing a woman's giggling behind me, an evil, sadistic giggling. I tried to turn, but I couldn't move any part of my body. I tried my best to at least turn my neck, but I couldn't. I also couldn't speak. The giggling got closer to the point where it was right behind me. The woman started talking, and I could feel her breath on my neck. A few long minutes went by before the whispering stopped and I could finally move. I immediately turned and saw no one was in the room. I wrote it off as just a bad dream. My next experience was when I was laying on my back, and it was in the morning when I was starting to wake up. I opened my eyes and saw a woman right in front of my face looking down on me. She had long dark hair, pale skin, and looked like an Onryo. She also had fully black pupils. She was just staring down on me over my bed. I could feel her breath. I couldn't move or yell or do anything. This went on for what seemed like forever. I shut my eyes closed and tried my hardest to sleep, but I couldn't. Eventually, she disappeared, and I was finally able to move and fully wake up. I know it was all in my head, but it seemed so real, and it was so terrifying. I couldn't stop thinking of her face throughout the entire day. My third and most recent experience was last night. I spent the night on a dating app, swiping through multiple women before going to bed. Just when I was falling asleep, I felt something move on top of me, then felt something heavy kneeling on my chest. I opened my eyes and saw the woman kneeling on top of my chest, much heavier than she looked, like she could control her mass, and it felt like tons. She was crushing me and I couldn't breathe. She gave a wide smile as she dug her nails into my bare shoulders, then wrapped her hands around my throat. She started strangling me, squeezing my throat so tight. It was like my head was about to pop. Once again, I couldn't move or speak. I just laid there, my heart racing and struggling for breath. It felt like I was about to die when I bolted up. I turned on my bedside light, and the woman wasn't there. I just sat there, heart racing, breathing heavily, holding my neck. It took a while, but I laid back down and eventually went to sleep, but with the light on. When I woke up, I walked to the bathroom and turned on the light. I washed my face in the sink before looking at my reflection in the mirror, becoming startled when I saw the bruises around my neck.
I had taken my brand new Ford Bronco I just bought 2 days prior out to Alpine County for some off-roading. I was traveling solo. After a good day of hitting some of the good trails near Bear Valley, I pulled into a dirt lot that was at the mouth of one such trail to grab some shut-eye. The type of Bronco I had was a Badlands, and I had just installed a base stop, which I left open so I could lay on my back and stargaze while sleeping. I set an alarm for 5 a.m. since I had to make it home before work, then reclined my seat back, threw on a blanket, and I just drifted off to sleep. Found myself awake at some random time of the night. I checked my phone and I saw it was 2:30 in the morning. I didn't know what had woken me up, so I turned to my side, tried to get back to sleep. That's when I started hearing something disturbing. There was a voice echoing from somewhere in the forest. I say it sounded disturbing because it didn't sound like someone talking or calling out. I strained my ears to listen, and it was undoubtedly the voice of a group of men, a lot of them, and they were all saying something in unison. Cold sweat started to form on my body. Let me reiterate how deep into the wilderness I was. There were no hiking trails or lodges anywhere near me. There's no way a group of hikers could have been up there. I just sat there, praying they'd go away. But the voices only got louder. I could now distinctly make it out to be a group of 5 or more, hell, 10 or more men, repeating something over and over. It almost sounded like they were chanting. It sounded like they were now somewhere in the lot. There's no way they would have noticed my vehicle. So I lay there, but I'm afraid to move a muscle. The fact that I didn't have a roof made me just all the more exposed. I knew it was way too dark for them to see through my windows, so I was hoping they'd just move on. Just as suddenly as they had started, the voices stopped. Now the only sounds were the forest. Then I felt my heart leap to my throat as the sound of metal scraping metal erupted right outside my vehicle. The awful sound seemed like it was going around the perimeter of my Bronco. I know I'd have to make a move to the driver's seat. It didn't help that I was laying opposite side of the driver's seat either. All while this sound went on, I was mustering up the courage to turn on the flashlight next to me. I figured if they realized someone was inside, they might get scared off. So I devised a plan to aim the flashlight out of the roof, turn it on, and jump to the driver's seat. I placed my finger over the button and counted down from 10. As I reached 1, I clicked the flashlight on, and to my horror, I was staring back at the face of a man in a white hood peeking over the side of my roof. I screamed so loud you could probably hear it for miles, and I scrambled to the driver's seat. I hit the engine button, and as the flashlights flicked on, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. There were a dozen or so men in white robes and hoods standing all around the lot. I threw it in drive and floored it, nearly ramming into one of them as I tore out of that lot as fast as I could. I could only go so fast down the dirt roads, but I didn't see anyone chasing after me. Eventually, I made it onto a paved road. I drove for a few miles and had to pull into a lot to clear my head for a second. Then I got out to look around my car, and there were scratch marks all around it. It looked like someone had been dragging a blunt object, like a knife, around the perimeter of my Bronco just maybe 2 or 3 times. I managed to find a motel to spend the night at, but I'd be lying if I said I got any sleep that night. I did end up reporting it to the Forest Service, but they pretty much just brushed it off. That was just a scary night. This happened about 15 years ago. So my buddies and I went fish camping at a pretty remote lake off of a 4x4 trail about 2 hours from home. There were 4 of us, and we were all men, being the smallest was about 195 pounds. That's going to be important later. The camping spot has great fishing as it has a nice deep spot with lots of trout right next to it, but the campground itself is rough. It is on the side of a steep hill with barely enough room for tents and a small fire ring. It is accessible by a rough, steep, winding 100-yard trail from where you park your 4x4 above the camp. We had a great day drinking beers and catching our limits on nice-sized trout. After it got dark, we made a small fire and just bullshitted the whole night. It was a great time, and then suddenly there was someone shining a blinding light in our eyes from about 10 or 20 yards away. We didn't hear this person approach at all. The person announced themselves as the sheriff. One of my friends asked, "Are you a Cuyahoga County sheriff?" The stranger didn't respond to the question. Instead, he shined a light in each of our faces, and then he said, "Have a good night," and he just walked off. We sat there dumbfounded, asking each other, what the hell was that? After a minute or two, curiosity eventually got the better of me, so I lit up this person with my stupidly powerful flashlight. He was about 50 to 60 yards away at this point, right before a crest and a bend of the trail, right before he was out of sight. We all saw it. It was just some dude in a flannel shirt and jeans. I said, "Hey man, you're not the sheriff." He must have heard me as you could see him start moving quickly for a second before he was out of our sight. A few moments later, we heard the engine start, and that was that. Strange we didn't hear the vehicle earlier, but I attribute that to being drunk and loud. Now what makes this scary is, what if it wasn't 4 big dudes he approached? What if it was a single person or a couple? What was his intentions? What was he about to do? Should we have chased after this person? Debatable. Should we have reported this to the actual sheriff's department? Absolutely, but honestly, we never did. Nothing came out of that situation. I just always think, what if?
As I write this, I sit beside a M9 9mm handgun. My mother was strictly against gun ownership and told me how dangerous they were, but sometimes I believe if she owned one, she would still be alive. She was murdered by Brian Lester, a man who had been stalking my family since I was 14 years old and my sister Sherry was 12. It started 6 years ago when me and Sherry were walking home from school. He had just moved into the house next door. Every time me and my sister walked to school and back, we saw him watching us through the windows of his house, peeking through the curtains, or sometimes just blatantly staring with the windows wide open. We both thought he was a massive creep. However, we weren't really bothered by it until we saw him parked outside our school, watching us. When we saw him, we walked pretty quickly. When we turned the corner, we saw him driving around, and we both ran to our home. When we told our mom what happened, she called the police, but they were useless. They told us he worked as a janitor at our school and was just driving around. Our mom decided to confront him herself. She knocked on the door and started shouting at him. Me and Sherry watched from the house. We couldn't hear what he was saying, but he had a stupid grin on his face. He pointed his finger at my mom before pointing at the house. Our mom punched him in the nose, breaking it before walking away. The creep immediately called the police and pressed charges against our mom. She wasn't arrested but had to pay a fine. We also found out his name was Brian Lester. From there, things got worse. One time, Sherry was home alone when Mom was working out of town and I was going to a concert. Sherry had just gone shopping when she was walking home. Lester was outside and called her over, calling her sweetheart and asking if our mom was home. She ignored him and he got aggressive, shouting at her to answer him and ran after her. Sherry got inside, shut the door, and locked it in time before he got in. He was knocking on the door, screaming. She called the police again, but they were useless. That incident made us make sure not one of us was ever in that house again. Things escalated. Flowers, boxes of chocolate, and creepy-looking dolls were left on either the front door, back door, or on the windows. One night, I was up very late studying when I went upstairs into the kitchen to make some food. That's when I saw in the window that creep right against the window staring at me, his mouth gaping and eyes wide open. I grabbed the biggest kitchen knife and screamed for my mom. The man slowly left the window when Mom ran out of her room and down the stairs. When I told her, she was furious. She called the police, who once again did nothing. That's when she ran out of the house, knocked on his front door, and screamed for him to come out, yelling she would kill him if he went near us again. After she came back into the house, the police arrived. He had called them and showed them footage of my mom threatening him while putting a hole in his front door. They placed her under arrest and brought her in for the night for questioning, leaving myself and Sherry home alone for the night. Neither of us could sleep. We locked all the doors and we sat in the bedroom with the movie on while we had the kitchen knives in our room, the largest one close to my hand. That night I peeked out the curtain and saw the silhouette of him peeking through the curtain of one of his windows, looking right at our bedroom window. Once again, our mom had to pay charges. She became very protective of us, as I was with Sherry. She started working from home, drove us to and from school, and only let us leave the house without her when we were at friends' houses. She even brought a baseball bat to use in self-defense and watched martial arts videos online. One day, we saw a for sale sign outside his house, and a moving van was taking his stuff out. We were so happy. We thought he was gone. That is, until a week later, when his house was empty and our mom was driving us to school. When she was driving us out of the driveway, I saw a rental car parked down the street and saw the man in the driver's seat watching us. She dropped us off, and that was the last time we saw her alive. We were waiting at the school for Mom to pick us up, but instead the rental car drove up to us. It was the creep. He told us that our mom wanted him to pick us up because she was involved in a car accident. I got in front of Sherry and started shouting at him, kicking his car and screaming. A teacher came over, and that's when the creep told us, "I'll get you and Sherry one day. See you around, Claire, before he drove off. The school offered to call the police. We were worried about our mom who didn't show up. The police drove to the school to speak to us and drove us to the police station. When we got there, a police officer told us our mom wasn't home and that her car was in the driveway. We immediately told them about the creep, about his name, Brian Lester. The police searched but couldn't find him or our mom. We had to go live with our aunt on our father's side. 6 years have passed and our mom is still missing. We lived with our aunt until we moved out. We've both had to skip college to pay the bills, working multiple jobs to afford an apartment. My sister wants to go to college but doesn't want to leave me alone. I want her to go, but she refuses. 2 weeks ago, I saw him again. I was in the shop when outside the front door, I saw him staring at me from inside his car. We live miles away, and he's found us. I hid in the store for an hour before leaving. When I got to the apartment, my sister was in tears. I asked her what happened, and she told me she was watching TV when she heard banging at the front door. She went up to it and saw someone was trying to get inside. She peeked through the peephole and saw him trying to get inside. She froze in shock when the man walked away because a neighbor was passing by. I became furious and immediately went to apply for a firearm license. I know he murdered our mother, but I can't prove it. I only have to wait until he comes for me and Sherry because I am ready for him and I will kill him. For you, Mom.
Sophie had just recently lost her job, and the bills were starting to pile up. With her rent overdue, Sophie was desperate for money. While she was talking to her friend on the phone and crying her eyes out, her friend Alexis had actually recommended she try being a model on a new adult site. The suggestion took Sophie by surprise. The site was full of models, mostly female, taking pictures and videos of themselves in skimpy outfits and even going nude in some cases. There were even some doing X-rated content. Sophie couldn't imagine herself doing this kind of work, even if she was desperate for money. But her friend told her that she didn't have to do anything she was uncomfortable with. She could decide whatever content to sell, ranging from tame to risque. And the reason Sophie's friend was so approving of the job was because she herself had been a model on it for a couple months now. Sophie was more than shocked upon hearing her friend's disclosure, but also it kind of gave her some reassurance. Desperate for money, Sophie decided to give it a shot. She signed up and created an account the very next day. Even though she was using an alias by the name of Lady So Fine, she was still nervous that somebody she knew would recognize her. But the temptation of earning good money was too much for her to resist. Sophie began by posting some pretty tame pictures of herself in her underwear. She wasn't exactly sure if she could compete with all of the other models on the site, but it wasn't long before she started getting subscribers. Even though Sophie was hesitant at first to become an online model, the more subscribers she got, the more confident she started becoming. She even started doing live webcam shows. The money she was making off doing it all had started becoming really addictive. She even loved seeing all the messages her fans would send her. It wasn't before long that the pictures and videos Sophie started posting became more and more risque. She started wearing skimpier outfits and doing more and more suggestive acts. Eventually, she started posting nude pictures and doing X-rated content with herself. And the more hardcore the content became, the more money poured in. In fact, in just a short amount of time, she started making more money in a week than she did in a whole month from her old job. Sophie was beyond overjoyed. Any doubts and objections she had about being a sex worker eventually washed away. The money she was making was just too good. At this rate, she figured she'd be able to afford to put a down payment on a house in a couple months. But despite her getting over her insecurities, Admittedly, there were a few times, while going out in public, that it felt like a stranger would recognize her. In fact, there was one time in particular that it seemed a man was following her while she was doing errands. But Sophie figured it was just her being paranoid. Plus, Sophie never saw the strange man again. Overall, things were going well for her. As good as the money was from her subscribers, the money was even better doing custom picture and video requests from individual fans. As expected, most of the requests would center on her getting fully naked or doing X-rated material with herself. There were also a few fans that would request kinkier things, but nothing Sophie couldn't handle. In all honesty, the weirdest request would come from a longtime subscriber from the name of Rolling Trick 816. He wasn't exactly requesting something vulgar or shocking. In fact, it was kind of the opposite. The pictures he would request were beyond mild. You see, Rolling Trick 816 was requesting pictures and videos of Sophie doing the most mundane things, like taking food out of the fridge, cooking a meal on the stove, vacuuming the carpet, cleaning the bathroom, mopping the floors, and watching TV on her bed or in the living room. Sophie thought the requests were kind of odd, but considering how much Rolling Trick 816 was paying for the custom pictures and videos, she was more than willing to oblige. At this point, everything in Sophie's life was great, and as a gesture of appreciation, she took her friend Alexis out on a night on the town. The two of them would have such a great time that Sophie wouldn't come home later that night, way past 12 a.m. As Sophie made her way from her car to her apartment, she started to get the feeling that somebody was watching her. Feeling uneasy, she hastily walked towards her door with her keys ready. But just as soon as she unlocked it, somebody suddenly grabbed her from behind, covering her mouth and forcefully dragged her into the apartment. Before she knew it, she was thrown onto the floor. With her heart racing and her body numb from fear, she reluctantly looked up. There, staring down at her, was a burly and intimidating-looking man. "Please, don't hurt me. You can take all the money I have in my purse," Sophie would tell the man with her voice trembling. "You think I did all this just for money?" The man scoffed. "Most of that money is mine anyway." A look of confusion registered across Sophie's face. "What? What are you talking about?" "You don't know who I am, do you?" the man replied, almost sounding insulted. "I think it's because you know me better as Rolling Trick 816. Sophie's blood ran cold at the revelation. "Oh, my God! How? How did you know where I lived?" Sophie desperately asked. The man started to laugh. "You really still haven't figured it out, have you?" The stranger laughed. "Stupid girl. I saw you out in public weeks ago. Imagine my shock realizing that the lady so fine actually lived in my city." The man continued to laugh with delight. "Don't you see? All those pictures I told you to take, cooking, cleaning? It was all just so I could catch glimpses of how every aspect of your apartment looked like. After that, it was just a matter of going online and finding an apartment complex that had all the very same features and layouts such as yours. You gave me everything I needed to find you." Sophie was overcome with regret and horror. How could she be so stupid, she thought to herself. "Stay away from me, you psycho!" Sophie yelled, with tears streaming down her cheeks. "I'll scream." "You can if you want," the man deviously laughed. "But if you hadn't noticed, I dragged you inside your studio room. And, as you are aware, you installed the soundproof panels in here for your activities that you didn't want your neighbors to hear. So go ahead and scream. But you're not going to be able to scream long enough to get anybody's attention." Sophie's face turned a different shade of white when she realizes how hopeless her situation is. As the man slowly starts to descend on Sophie, he tells her, "Now, it's my turn to give you a show." Sophie lets out a blood-curdling scream, but within the flash of an eye, the man is able to quickly subdue her, drowning out her pleas for help.
I am a security guard at a local parking lot. There isn't much to say about it, but I do like it. I don't have to deal with a lot of people and I can enjoy the silence of the night. That was until last night. I was in my chair in front of the monitors when I saw something outside. It was snowing, but I could have sworn I saw something out there. At first, I didn't pay much attention because I lost it somehow. But then I sat down again in my chair, and after a while, I started listening to weird humming noises coming from the outside. I looked at the monitors to check what was out there, and that's when I saw something on top of the roof. It looked like a person, at least the shape, but I didn't have a clear picture of what it was until it appeared in front of my window. Panicking, I got up and leaned against the wall. In this situation, we can call for help from the central, and that's what I did, but no one answered. While I was on the radio, the thing was trying to pull down the door. I tried speaking, but to no avail. It tried again to pull the door down, so I took out my gun and fired a few shots. After that, there was only silence and the wind blowing outside. I was on edge the rest of the night, still not knowing what it was. I have to go to work again tonight. I'm enjoying a deserved break in the teacher's lounge. Today is Friday, so we are all waiting for the final bell in order to go home and enjoy the weekend. Unfortunately, we still have a few hours of class in front of us, and something else is about to happen that will change my life forever. As everyone is enjoying their free time before the next lessons, the school fire alarm starts ringing. We are all caught by surprise, and we are pretty much looking at each other waiting for someone to tell us what to do. We know we need to evacuate, but the alarm came so unexpectedly. A few seconds have passed and we hear the dean speaking in the comm. He tells everyone to stay locked inside the classrooms until further notice. Which is weird because we heard the fire alarm, and he is asking us to stay inside instead of evacuating the building, which is mandatory protocol. We locked ourselves inside the teacher's lounge and we waited for new instructions. The situation got much worse when we started hearing a noise coming from the outside corridor. It sounded like someone was hitting the lockers with something. The noise was also getting closer. The door had a glass in the middle which allowed us to see who was outside, so we all kept our eyes on it, waiting to see who was making the noise. I still remember that moment. It felt like it was taking forever to pass. The noise was over now, and we were all on edge waiting to see who was there. Slowly, a tall figure appeared on the other side of the door. It was holding a machete and had stopped in front of the glass. Slowly, he turned his head to us and we could see his face more clearly. He had the most disturbing smile I'd ever seen in my life. His hair was a mess and his face was all scarred. He just stands there looking at us and showing his machete. We were all in a state of panic, unable to move. One moment we were all having a good time together. In the other, some random guy entered the school with a machete. Something I forgot to mention was that machete was already covered in blood, which means he had already used it on someone. By some miracle, we listened to cops screaming in the hallway at the man. In a matter of seconds, they put the suspect on the ground and took him away. Finally, the alarm stopped ringing and we were taken to safety. Turns out the suspect had stabbed another teacher for unknown reasons. It's scary to think it could have been me being stabbed. Fortunately, the other teacher recovered from his wounds and no one else got injured. Not physically, at least. Mentally, I am scarred for life.
Last summer, I was dating this rich guy, Josh. He was a fashion photographer, but his parents were very rich already. I worked full-time as a model, which is how I met him. One day, Josh decided to take me on one of his dad's yachts. Well, it was supposed to be a date, but he decided to bring a couple of his douchebag friends and wanted to do a fashion shoot on the yacht with me modeling a new swimsuit. I was fine with the shoot, but not his friends. I found them obnoxious and shallow. We went to the beach and sailed a few miles from shore. Josh was photographing me modeling while I was on the edge of the boat. I heard something peculiar below in the water, like a woman singing underwater. When I looked down at the water, I saw the face of a woman which quickly faded underneath. I questioned myself as we were far out from shore and there were no boats around. Josh's friends started drinking tequila and smoking cannabis. They pressured me to drink and smoke even though they knew I was almost 1 year sober. I went into one of the rooms and Josh followed me. We argued, Josh saying his friends were just being friendly and that I overacted. I told him I wanted to go back on shore. He just told me to chill and went into one of the rooms to photo edit. I sat alone when I heard that peculiar singing followed by a similar singing from multiple voices. Then I heard 2 big splashes like people jumping into the water, followed by nothing. No singing, couldn't hear Josh's friends, just the waves of the ocean. I headed out and looked around. Josh's friends were nowhere. I looked off into the water and became startled as I saw blood in the water. Lots of blood. Even before I could scream or call for Josh, I heard a woman's voice behind me.
Hey!
I turned and saw a woman in the water, leaning on the boat, looking at me.
Want to see something beautiful?
She said before swimming back. I walked over on the other side of the boat and saw the woman floating in the water. I looked closer and saw she was a goddamned mermaid. She smiled at me as she swam around, showing me her tail. She started singing and swam closer to the boat. I don't know why, but I felt the need to bend down. She lifted her hands toward me and touched me, bringing me down like she was going to kiss me, but suddenly her hands grabbed my throat and she started to strangle me. She grew gills on her neck and her teeth were sharp and monstrous. She started to pull me into the water while choking me. My hair went in the water before I felt arms around my body and was pulled back by Josh. "What's going on?" he said as he pulled me back. Then the singing started again. We looked into the water and saw 3 mermaids singing, beautiful and serene. Josh watched them and couldn't keep his eyes off them. He seemed to be in a trance. He took his shirt off and walked up to the edge of the boat. I tried to pull him back, but he just walked into the water. When he did, the mermaids all simultaneously grew gills and their teeth became sharp. They were immediately on Josh, biting his neck, arm, and stomach. He screamed before they dragged him into the water. I screamed as they ate him, biting off chunks from his flesh and tearing him apart. It wasn't long before they dragged him too deep and there was too much blood to see. I took a couple steps back before a figure splashed up onto the boat. It was one of the mermaids. She smiled wide at me with her teeth showing. She then crawled onto the boat. I grabbed a beer bottle and smashed it over her head. She yelled. I ran inside the boat, shut the doors, and ran up to the wheel. I started to drive the boat towards the shore. I heard the doors push open behind me. I turned and saw the mermaid standing there. Human legs, but with fins and scales which turned into bare skin. She smiled at me with her teeth. She was bleeding, but her head wound was quickly healing until it was completely healed. She wiped the blood off her head, showing me her forehead like I never bottled her. Then she walked up to me and cornered me. I reached behind myself for weapons. I felt a flare gun and the keys to the boat. The mermaid smiled at me.
You hurt me, made me bleed.
She put her bloodied hand on my mouth as I froze with fear, then ran her nails along my stomach before slashing her sharp claw-like nails across my stomach and went to bite my neck. I was able to push her away and raised up my arm to protect my neck. She bit my arm, which hurt a lot. I screamed before pulling the keys out of the ignition, and then I stabbed her in the eye. She yelled. I shoved her, then hit her with the butt of the flare gun and pushed her aside. I aimed the flare gun at her and pulled the trigger, but I stupidly forgot it wasn't loaded. I turned and pulled out a flare and loaded it into the gun. Before I could turn, the mermaid poked her nails into my back and bit me. I managed to tuck my shoulders above my neck, so she bit my shoulder. I screamed as her teeth went deep into my flesh. She dragged me backwards outside and tried pulling me into the water while still biting me, both her teeth and nails deep in my skin. At the last second, before she could drag me into the ocean, I managed to aim the flare gun at her face and squeezed the trigger. I fired the flare right into the other eye. She let go of me and fell into the water. I took a step back and watched her fall into the water, flare in her eye, her legs turning back into a tail. Suddenly, the other 2 mermaids grabbed the boat and started to climb aboard, both baring their teeth at me. I then grabbed 2 more tequila bottles and threw them right on the floor of the boat in front of them. I grabbed a lighter, and as they growled, I sparked the flame and threw it on the tequila, setting the boat on fire where they were getting on. I turned and ran inside, loaded the flare gun with 1 more flare, put the keys into the ignition, and started driving towards the shore. I turned and saw one of them open the door behind me, so I drove wildly, tipping the boat, making them lose their balance while they were shrieking at me. One fell into the water. I drove as fast as I could, but still was a couple miles from shore. I knew I couldn't make it to shore on time. I looked around and saw a petrol can sitting on the floor. I grabbed it, screwed off the cap, and went back to driving the boat. The doors opened behind me, and one of the mermaids stood there, teeth showing. I pulled out 1 more flare and grabbed the petrol can and threw it over towards her, tipping the petrol on the floor at her feet. I held the flare out, threatening to burn her alive. I lit the flare, threatening to throw it and set the monster on fire. That was when I heard a massive thud on the deck of the boat in front of me. I turned and saw the mermaid with the flare in her eye. She was furious, teeth baring at me. Out of desperation, I threw the flare at the other mermaid's feet, which lit up the petrol. She shrieked before jumping into the water. The mermaid grabbed me, breaking the glass, trying to pull me forward. I tried to aim at her face with the flare gun, but she grabbed my arm and bit down on my wrist. She bit down hard, and I accidentally pulled the trigger, which fired a flare in the air. She pulled me halfway onto the deck. My legs were still inside, touching the steering wheel. I grabbed a shard of glass and stabbed her in the shoulder. She shrieked and dug her claws into my arms, holding me down. I desperately kicked at the steering wheel, swaying the boat. Black smoke filled the room. The fire was spreading. The other 2 mermaids jumped on the boat. One dug her nails into my belly, and the other bit my leg. The one pinning me down was about to bite my throat when she turned, and all 3 jumped off me. I looked up and saw that the boat was fast approaching the beach. I laid there as the boat hit the sand and stopped on shore. I crawled off of the burning boat and onto the sand. That's when I blacked out. I woke up a minute later being put onto a stretcher by lifeguards. They picked me up and started carrying me. I took one last look at the ocean, and the last thing I saw was the 3 mermaids watching me before they swam away. Staring at them, I blacked out again. On a cold and dark night, Harold sat in front of his run-down trailer. He watched his favorite show on the tube as he ate his TV dinner and washed it down with another bottle of beer. While he did have a friend who visited him sometimes, Harold lived out in the middle of nowhere, far from another soul. Some would consider his life lonely, but Harold actually liked being alone. Unfortunately for him, he would soon find out that on this night, that would not be the case. Just as he was about to grab another bottle of beer from the fridge, Harold would suddenly hear a blood-curdling scream from a distance. For someone as steadfast as Harold, even he had to admit that the sound was a bit unnerving. What the hell was that? Harold thought to himself. He had never heard anything like it before. Harold made his way to a window to investigate. Even though he could hear his dog outside barking at something, it was way too dark to see anything. However, as his eyes canvassed the landscape, Harold noticed a silhouette on top of a crest with the moon shining behind it. At first, Harold thought the scream could have been a cougar since they make very unsettling noises. But whatever this was, it was no animal. It was tall, lanky, and had long limbs. Harold started to think that it could be just another drifter, but something about the shape of the silhouette really made Harold uneasy. It also didn't help that the silhouette hadn't moved the whole time while he was staring at it. Not wanting to take any chances, Harold quickly made his way to his bedroom to retrieve his shotgun. But when he looked out the window again, the silhouette was gone. Nervously, Harold quickly went from window to window to look for the intruder. But just as he began to think the coast was clear, his eyes suddenly caught a glimpse of something that didn't seem right. Just a short distance from his trailer was a group of cacti. However, something seemed to be off. There seemed to be an extra shape in the cluster, and just before Harold could give it another thought, one of the shapes he thought could be a cactus suddenly moved. Harold jumped backwards in fear, tripping over a beer bottle on the ground. He tried to gather himself, but that's when he heard the sound of something large scampering towards his trailer. His dog, on the other hand, could be heard running away. Harold braced himself, thinking whatever it was might crash into the exterior wall. However, it suddenly started encircling his home instead. Harold's heart raced as his eyes followed the sound. He had no idea what the intruder could be, but he was beyond terrified at the possibility of finding out. Suddenly, the intruder outside scaled the trailer and began to walk on the roof. Even though Harold could hear his own heart thumping against his chest, the sounds of the creature's claws scraping against the roof was even louder. And just as Harold began to think he couldn't get any more frightened, the unseen intruder suddenly let out another ungodly scream. The sound shook Harold to his very core. He aimed his shotgun at the ceiling and squeezed the trigger. He heard another scream, followed by silence shortly after. Did I kill it? Harold asked himself. He carefully inched his way to the hole in his roof. But just as he was about to look through it, a long arm covered in dark fur shot through the hole and right at Harold. A large hand with claws at the end of long fingers tried to grab at Harold. Even though he was able to evade capture, Harold was wounded by the razor-sharp claws swiping at him. Harold chambered another round and shot at the ceiling again, hoping his attempt would be a lot more successful. The creature screamed. Its arm retreated back into the hole, followed by the sound of steps jumping off the roof and running away. Harold was in so much shock that he hardly noticed the deep claw marks on his chest and shoulder. His mind was racing, thinking about what the creature could be. It was at that moment he started to ponder if the thing could possibly be a skinwalker, a creature that is able to shapeshift and do other things using black magic. He'd heard about them before from his native friends. He just never thought in his wildest dreams that the legends were real. But regardless, Harold realized that the most important thing at the moment was to figure out how to survive. After a few moments passed by without incident, Harold began to think that it was over. But it was right then and there that something large rushed against one of his windows, breaking the glass. Oh God! It's gonna get in! Harold thought to himself in despair. Harold grabbed the keys to his truck and ran to the bathroom. He knew his only chance of surviving was to get to his truck and drive away. He figured once the creature broke inside the trailer, he could jump out of the bathroom window and make his way to his vehicle. With his adrenaline pumping, Harold carefully listened to what was happening. He heard something finally break into the trailer. Harold tried to muffle his heavy breathing as the large footsteps eventually made their way outside his bathroom door. And without warning, the bathroom door started to break as the creature tried to push through. Harold didn't hesitate. He jumped out of the bathroom window and ran for his life. When he eventually got to his truck, he hopped inside and quickly started the engine. Dirt kicked up into the air as he drove away. Harold sped through the desert, not daring to look back. He was just a few minutes away from the highway when all of a sudden he caught something in his peripheral vision. Running towards the truck was his dog. Harold stopped the truck as he was relieved to see his old friend. After his dog jumped into the car, Harold proceeded to step on the gas again. A few minutes passed by and the highway was finally in his sights. It was at that moment Harold decided to stop and catch his breath. He still couldn't fully comprehend everything that had happened, but just as he was about to start up his truck again, a human hand grabbed at the steering wheel. Harold was stricken with fear when he realized that the hand belonged to what he thought was his dog. But his terror only got worse when he saw that the dog's face slowly started to take the shape of a human being. Harold's blood-curdling scream echoed into the dark desert night. The next morning, one of Harold's only friends arrived to pay him a visit. Unfortunately, he didn't spot the damages to the trailer since it was kind of dark. After there was no response despite the knocks on the door, Harold's friend assumed that he just had a few too many beers the previous night. He figured he'd just wait outside for a little bit. But in the meantime, Harold's friend had a strong urge to pee. He made his way to the group of cacti nearby. But just as the sun began to brighten everything up, Harold's friend was horrified at what he saw just a few feet from his face. There, somehow perfectly stuffed into one of the cactuses, was Harold's corpse, grotesquely staring back at him.
It all happened 2 days ago. I was home, having a midnight snack, when I kept listening to noises coming from upstairs. I live in an old house, so it's usual to listen to random sounds. I didn't pay too much attention to it and went upstairs after my snack. Despite that, I still felt a little nervous because the sounds were directly above my room. It sounded like scratching. I was getting more and more nervous, but I was too afraid to go up there and check it. What if someone was there? I didn't want to face whoever or whatever was there. I just kept telling myself it was a rat or something like that. 1 hour passed, and the noise was still there, the exact same sound. I was getting desperate in bed, turning to all sides without getting any sleep. How could I sleep? I kept imagining that the sound was being made by someone, waiting for me to fall asleep, just to cut my throat. I had to do something about this. I gained some courage finally and went to the hallway, right below the attic entrance. I pulled the rope and the stairs slowly came down. Now, at this moment, something else happened that scared the living thing out of me. The scratching sounds I was listening to before had suddenly stopped right at the same time I lowered the ladder. That was terrifying to me because whatever was up there was now aware I was here and going upstairs. All kinds of thoughts were crossing my mind, dark thoughts. I stood there at the end of the stairs, looking up at the attic entrance. My legs were shaking. Never in my life have I ever been this afraid, but I had to go there now. I had a small flashlight with me and started climbing the stairs slowly. This must have been one of the hardest moments of my life, going into the unknown without knowing what was going to happen. I reached the top and put my head inside. With my flashlight, I started looking for whatever was making these noises. Everything looked clear until something jumped from behind some boxes. I fell backwards towards the ground and was now facing the entrance. In pain and terrified, I stayed there looking up. Slowly, I started seeing it. I called it because I don't know if that thing was human, but I swear I saw it. I will describe it the best I can. I did have time to see it because I was frozen in the ground. Never in my life have I felt this afraid. The thing was of light skin, full of bruises. It had no hair, and it had big eyes and a mouth, but the nose was small. It looked like something that came from a nightmare. All of a sudden, it disappeared into the attic again, but this time, it left the house because I could hear it running on the roof and jumping onto the ground. After that, it ran to the forest. I closed myself in my bedroom and couldn't sleep all night. I just tried to make it to the next day. I didn't call the police because I'm not sure what to tell them. No one will believe me, and this was the only way of sharing the story. If someone knows what this thing is, help me find out what to do.
As a content creator on both Twitch and YouTube, I get a bunch of creepy DMs by strangers, as expected as a female content creator, but I never let them bother me. However, ever since I started to get a big enough following, I've had the biggest fear of having a run-in with a stalker. Whether in public, and especially in my home. While I have trained in some martial arts, lock all of my doors and windows at night, even have a taser and a baseball bat hidden in the closet, I do have a fear of a break-in. One night, my fear came true. It was late at night and I was home alone as usual, playing games on my PC, not for streaming but for my own enjoyment. I decided to get up for a coffee and walk towards the kitchen when I heard a door in the kitchen that sounded like the back door. I quickly walked into the kitchen and almost jumped out of my skin when I saw a man standing in the kitchen, wearing a hoodie, sunglasses, and a backpack. I screamed, "Who are you?" as I lunged towards the kitchen knives. However, the man jumped in front of me and grabbed me. I screamed and I tried to push him, but he was strong and he overpowered me. He put his hands against my mouth so I couldn't scream, and he pinned me against the wall with his arm, trapping one of my arms. He screamed,
"I don't want to hurt you, but shut up and calm down or I'll be forced to."
The guy wasn't that tall, but he was strong, so I gave up, stopped screaming, and stopped resisting, not knowing what else to do. The guy looked at me, right in the eyes. I couldn't see his eyes behind the dark sunglasses, but I could tell that he was looking into my eyes. He was also breathing heavily, and could tell that he was sweating. He leaned towards my ear, breathing heavily, told me that he was here to rob me, and didn't know I was home. He told me that if I did exactly as he said, he wouldn't hurt me. That was when I remembered the baseball bat and taser hidden in the closet next to the front door. I told him if he let me go, I would bring him to where I keep the jewelry. I wouldn't call the police, and I would just let him go. At first, he didn't reply. He just stared at me before creepily caressing my cheek. He put one arm behind my back and walked me into the living room. The closet with the taser and the bat was next to the front door on the other side of the house. I told him I have a safe, but I don't know the combination. However, I have it written down in the closet. He laughed and said,
"Nice try,"
before demanding I sit down on the sofa. That's when my fight or flight sense kicked in, and I chose to fight. I headbutted him right in the nose and pushed him. I tried to run, but he grabbed me by the throat, punched me in the belly, and then pushed me down. He groaned while holding his nose before shouting my name, and then he said,
"I've been one of your biggest fans for years, and this is how you repay me."
He pulled off his backpack and emptied everything onto the table. Duct tape, rope, and cable ties. He wasn't a burglar. He was going to kidnap me.
"You're coming with me,"
he yelled as he grabbed a cable tie and grabbed me. I kicked at him and pushed him down before I was able to get up and run towards the front door. I began to unlock the door, but the man caught up with me and began pulling me by my hair. I turned and scratched at his eyes, used all of my adrenaline to push him away a few feet, just enough distance to get to the closet. I immediately grabbed both the taser and the baseball bat. As I was about to raise the bat, the man grabbed me from behind and wrapped his arms around me, trapping my arms and lifting me into the air. He yelled at me to put the bat down. I realized he didn't see the taser, so I put the bat down and played along. He carried me into the living room when I put the taser against his arm and tased him. He immediately dropped me and fell to the ground. I put the taser against his neck and tased him further for good measure. The police were called and managed to find the guy. He was just some crazy fan who had planned on kidnapping me for months. Found out that he'd gotten into the house with a lockpick. Even though I'm very shaken by the incident, I'm going to continue my job streaming because I love it. But recently I moved in with a roommate and don't think I could live alone again anytime soon.
Rebecca sat on the couch reading a book she had just bought from an estate sale, Incantations from the Dark Side. Rebecca didn't believe in such things, but she loved the imagery throughout the book and figured it'd be fun to have something scary to read to start her weekend. Most of the book had rituals and incantations that were way more time-consuming and complicated than Rebecca was willing to try. But still, it was interesting seeing the vast collection of supposed black magic from the old world. When Rebecca turns to the next page, she is met with a drawing of a horrific creature. Aside from the imagery, the simplicity of the incantation has intrigued her as well. It reads, "There exists something from a different plane of existence, and it can cross over to ours with your insistence. Recreate the symbol followed by taps of 3, and that is everything you need to conjure thee. If you hear 3 taps from outside, it will be wise to run and hide. For if you give in to your curiosity, you will come face to face with the monstrosity." As Rebecca turns the page, there on the next page, she sees the symbol. Rebecca knew it was silly, but it was too hard to resist. What's the harm, she thought to herself. She proceeds to pour a little bit of wine from a hardly touched glass of wine. With the small puddle, she uses her finger to recreate the symbol from the book, and just like the incantation instructs, she taps on it 3 times. Eagerly, she sits quietly, waiting and listening to see if the incantation had worked. But after a few moments, there is nothing but silence. Rebecca scoffs. Pfft, what a surprise. Nothing but horse crap as usual. But before Rebecca could finish her sentence, there are 3 taps on the window. Rebecca freezes. Her eyes are transfixed on the window where the taps came from. But after a few uncomfortable moments of silence, she shakes her head. "Ha, get it together, Rebecca. You haven't even started the drink," Rebecca jokes to herself. She gets up to fetch some paper towels from the kitchen, but before she's able to take more than a few steps, there are 3 more taps from the window. Rebecca spins around. The hairs on the back of her neck are standing. Her body is full of goosebumps. her eyes wide and staring at the window. It can't be. There's no way. Rebecca tries to convince herself it's just a coincidence. But just as she's in the middle of her thoughts, 3 more taps from the window. Rebecca is shaken to her core. For the first time in her life, she starts to believe, what if? What if these old incantations are real? And even though she's beyond frightened, a feeling of curiosity overwhelms her. For some reason, she can't resist the temptation to look. She shakes as her feet move closer and closer to the window. As she stands in front of the drapes, her hands reach out to grab them, ready to open them. Her heart is thumping as she's drenched in fear. She stands in place, shaking and sweating. 3 more taps on the window, this time much louder. Her eyes open wide, thinking about what she might see. But despite her gut instinct telling her not to open the drapes, she does. With a quick swipe of the curtains, Rebecca comes face to face with nothing. There is nothing but the darkness of the night outside. Her eyes dart side to side, looking for a trace of anything unusual. But she sees nothing aside from a small tree's branch swaying in the wind. That's what must have been tapping on the window, Rebecca tells herself. Breathing heavily, Rebecca is confused but relieved. But just as she's about to close the drapes, 3 taps. Rebecca is completely stricken with terror. But this time, not only did she hear 3 taps again, but she felt them right on her shoulder.
After a trip to the grocery store, Sakura is eager to get home. She carries her groceries in one arm as she carefully carries her baby in the other. But as she's walking through the alleyway that leads to her apartment, she hears something far in the distance behind her. At first, she isn't able to figure out exactly what it is. But suddenly, a shiver courses through her body when she recognizes the sound. Po, 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 with the hair on the back of her neck standing on end. She turns around and sees a terrifying yet familiar sight. There, just a couple yards away in the alley, stood Hashishaku-sama, the 8-foot-tall woman. Sakura can't believe her eyes, but despite the fact that Sakura is frightened beyond belief, she can't pry her eyes away. A flood of memories start coming back to her. The first time Sakura had encountered Hashishaku-sama was when she was just a child. While Sakura was playing with her teddy bear in her grandparents' garden, out in the countryside, Hashishaku-sama appeared out of nowhere and stood over her. Despite her frightening appearance, Sakura tried her best to be cordial, but Hashishaku-sama would do nothing but stare while repeating the sound, ho, 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 ho. Fortunately, after a few agonizing minutes, Hashishaku-sama would eventually disappear back into the forest. But after telling her grandparents about what had just happened, Sakura would soon find out that her nightmare was not over, and the horrifying truth about the 8-foot-tall woman. They explained that when Hashishaku-sama visits a child, it's because they've been chosen to be her next victim. And now, Sakura was next in line for a grim fate. However, due to her grandparents' determination, they were able to keep Sakura safe by locking her in her room and surrounding it with bowls of salt to ward off the evil spirit. And as soon as the next day came, with help from Sakura's parents, they quickly drove her back to the city. And for her own safety, Sakura had stayed away from the town ever since. I thought it was over, Sakura thought to herself. Why has she returned? And it's at that moment, a grave realization begins to dawn on her. Oh God! She gasps under her breath as she looks down at her baby. She's here to take my child, since I escaped. No, I won't let you, Sakura screamed defiantly. Dropping her bag of groceries, Sakura securely cradles her baby as she quickly runs toward her apartment building. She doesn't dare look behind her. After rushing inside her apartment, Sakura heads right towards the window to see if the spirit had followed her. Sakura's blood runs cold at what she sees. There, in the alleyway, Hashishaku-sama was slowly making her way towards Sakura's apartment building. But as Sakura watched, she would curiously see two men in the alleyway just walk right past Hashishaku-sama. It's as if they didn't even see her. What? Sakura gasped. There's no way they would just ignore her like that. The legends must have been true. Nobody but the chosen can see her. Sakura watched as Hashishaku-sama came closer and closer, while repeating the deafening sound of Po, 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 Po. The evil spirit was so tall that there was no doubt in Sakura's mind that she was able to climb onto her balcony and try to get in. Despite being overwhelmed with fear, Sakura knew what she had to do. With her baby securely in her arms, Sakura grabbed a large container of salt from the kitchen, along with 4 empty bowls. Po, 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 right outside the window. Oh God, she's right on my balcony, Sakura would exclaim. Running as fast as she could, Sakura would make her way to the nursery, shutting and locking the door behind her. But just as she did, she would hear the glass door by the balcony shattering into pieces, followed by the sound of Po, 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 Po. She's inside, Sakura remarks, scared out of her mind. After setting her baby down in the crib, Sakura hastily sets the 4 empty bowls in every corner of the room, filling each of them with salt. She desperately hopes the bowls of salt will help keep them safe from Hashishaku-sama, just like it did when she was a child, all those years ago. With the deafening sound of Po, 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 repeating right outside the nursery, Sakura retreats towards the furthest wall with her baby securely in her arms. Tears run down her face as her heart feels like it's about to jump out of her chest. She can do nothing but cower and hope Hashishaku-sama is kept at bay long enough for her husband to come home. But to Sakura's dismay, the deafening chant of Po, 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 Po doesn't stop, and soon the door of the nursery starts to shake violently. My God, she's trying to break in, Sakura screams. The door frame begins to crack as it starts to give in. Why aren't the bowls of salt working? Sakura desperately whimpers. To her horror, she realizes why. There, labeled right on the container, she sees the word sugar. Sakura's heart drops. She had accidentally mistook the container of sugar for salt during all of the commotion. Helpless, Sakura can do nothing but watch as the door of the nursery eventually bursts open. Frozen in place, with her eyes wide open, Sakura looks on as Hashishaku-sama enters. She's so tall that she has to be hunched over in order to fit inside the room. Sakura helplessly watches as Hashishaku-sama comes closer and closer until she's basically hovering right above Sakura and her baby. Po, 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 po. Hashishaku-sama would chant as she stared right at Sakura and her baby. To Sakura, it felt like she was staring right into her soul. Words can't escape her mouth. Sakura is stricken with terror as Hashishaku-sama hunches over more and more, getting closer and closer as she continues repeating the chant of Po, 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 Po. The cops would come to the scene several minutes later. A worried neighbor had called them due to all of the noise. But upon arriving, the cops would be met with the scene of a trashed apartment. After eventually making their way to the nursery, there, they would see Sakura sitting against the back of the room. In her arms, they could see that she was cradling something. But instead of her baby, in its place, they would find a teddy bear, Sakura's childhood toy. Despite the cops' best efforts to ask what had happened, Sakura was unresponsive. All she would do was cradle her teddy bear as she stared off into space, repeatedly muttering the chant, Po, 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 Po.
Hello, my name is Andy Anderson. I'm a horror story voice narrator, and I also voice characters. My moniker is The Bat. I like bats. They are blind, they use their senses to survive, and when they hunt, they fly straight for the kill. I've tried for years to be relevant as an actor. I'm a bit older than Gen Z and a bit younger than Gen X. Some people say, "You sound so old." Well, that's because I was born with only one lung. Anyways, the truth is, I'm somewhere between the generations who claim they are traumatized by this or that. I don't care about any of it. I care about horror. For horror is my life. I have never experienced trauma, though I've faced many predators who have attempted to terminate my existence, starting with my grandparents down to my parents and my siblings. And I enjoyed it all. Strange? I suppose so. Perhaps I'm a sociopath. I started in this business as a child actor. Not that that matters, it doesn't. It's a pathetic, weak claim, actually. But there's a reason I'm telling you this. You see, I always felt like I was wired to be a killer. So at a young age, I felt it wise to join the arts, where I could experience killing a character while I played a murderous character. That way, I could determine if it was something that I wanted to pursue in real life. I found my answer after I played a villain in the 6th grade play. My answer to myself was, hell yeah. Growing older in Los Angeles, networking with those who ran Hollywood, a bunch of child-loving abusers who smelled blood on anyone with trauma, I was somehow something they wanted and yet something they feared. I couldn't be traumatized because I never felt pain, not physically, emotionally, mentally, or spiritually. Not sure why. And the predators saw that. I think at first they thought I was one of them, but they knew they couldn't victimize me, meaning they couldn't control me. They eventually cracked my egg. They had me audition for huge TV shows. And when I shared my free, inspired, creative ideas, they stole them and kicked me to the curb. I found out that a guy named, well, I'll just use his initials, SM, stole my character audition wherein I gave the character a high British accent, which is a rare and difficult voice to perform. SM, who ran the biggest animation show in the world, stole my voice and became a millionaire doing so. And so I stalked him. Yes, I did. I actually caught up with him at a small bar in Beverly Hills. I waited for him to finish his drinks, and when he walked out of the front door, I punched him in the jaw, knocking him out. I heard from friends that word on the street was SM was walking out of a bar when someone dressed in a black suit, sporting a black fedora with black pantyhose stretched over his face, assaulted the big shot star. It was me. It was easy. It made me feel pure, like my true calling was to be a predator, and so I began to embrace it. But I've always been a nice person. Meaning, I've never been the one to start trouble, but I must admit, I love finishing it. Fast forward to me auditioning for a YouTube horror channel. I rocked that audition. They loved me. I beat out 600 people and was immediately hired. They started sending me scripts, and my voice took that channel to 5 million views with 30,000 subscribers in 6 months. Not bad. I felt proud. Then, my YouTube horror channel suddenly stopped sending me scripts. I was surprised. I thought things were growing and going well. I thought I had an organic fan base, small but earnest. I became curious and visited my employer's page, which I never had visited because I didn't want my performances to become affected by any of my would-be critics. When I visited my channel, I discovered something that blinded my mind with rage. They had hired a new voice actor. He had a calm and soothing baritone voice. When he played the killer, he sounded like a little bitch. When he played the victim, he sounded apathetic. What kind of enjoyment could that ever bring to the realm of torment? What a sick fuck. He had to be eliminated in the name of horror. Now, I must tell you that his voice was familiar to me somehow, so I embarked to discover where I'd heard his voice before online. I listened to hundreds of horror channels until one day, I found him. He was on an additionally shitty little horror channel called, well, never mind. I clicked on the channel's About option and discovered that they provided a contact email. I emailed the channel with a simple message. Hello, this is the Bat. I'd like to congratulate such and such on his new position on my former channel. God bless. Guess who contacted me? He did. That talentless fuck who slid in and usurped all of my hard work on my channel. He said, "Thanks, Bat." We exchanged trivial emails about my experiences working for my previous YouTube channel until one day I asked him, "Where are you from?" He responded, "Los Angeles." I got excited. I responded, "No way, me too. We should get a drink sometime." And he agreed. We set a date. In the meantime, I designed a special weapon with which I would destroy his legacy. A 5-pointed, razor-sharp claw contraption methodically sheathed in gloves of elephant leather. I was going to claw his throat out so that he would never be able to utter a word again, not even a sigh or a whisper, for he never gave a breath to Horde that was worth a damn.
I've been tormenting this girl Carmela for almost a month now. Late at night, I enter her bedroom, watching her, moving her stuff around and off her shelves, whispering in her ear and waking her up. She never sees me, but she's starting to become afraid. I could kill her anytime I want, but I need to torment her first. Just how I've been tormented my entire life. Back in high school, I was ostracized, ignored, and made fun of by almost everyone. I was overweight and a little different than everyone else. I wasn't the smartest guy there either. I usually just focused on my homework and wrestling. When I had time home, I would just read comics and play video games. Even though I kept to myself, still, people laughed at me and made fun of me and chastised me all the time. These 5 people in particular were Kieran, Jonathan, Gabby, Jordan, and Carmela. They all made my life a living hell, mocking me, making me feel like I was an idiot, worthless, calling me spastic. The thing is, I had a strange crush on Carmela, even though she hated my guts and said those horrible things behind my back. I thought she was cute in her glasses and her haircut shaved on one side, plus her petite frame. One day, after absolutely embarrassing Jordan in a wrestling match, I guess you could say he was ashamed and angry. So, he, along with Jonathan, Kieran, Gabby, and Carmela, they all ambushed me on the way home and decided to beat me up badly. After they beat me up, they made me kiss all of their shoes. I specifically remember Carmela spitting on me after I kissed her foot. After what they called a fight, I was even more ashamed of myself. I was shunned and made fun of further. The 5 of them even started to spread rumors about me. Come graduation, I didn't get the grades that were expected of me or get into college. Not because I wasn't smart enough to do it, but because I couldn't concentrate on anything. Constantly being ostracized, it's all I could think of. After high school, I had to settle for a dead-end job, all because of what happened throughout my educational years. I developed severe social anxiety to the point that I could barely communicate with people or go out. I also had anger issues, and most of the time, I fantasized about hurting the people who hurt me. I was only able to concentrate on lifting weights and train in mixed martial arts and boxing to let out my frustrations. Unfortunately, I also took up excessive drinking and became an alcoholic. One night, I drank so much, I felt like I was on the brink of death. I laid there in my room dying when a dark figure appeared in my room, just looking down at me. I believe it was some kind of demon. It knelt down next to me and said, "So much anger, such hatred." He then asked me a question. "Do you wish to have your revenge on those who have ruined your life?" He put his hand on my forehead and pushed my head down. And suddenly, I became overcome with every bit of anger I've ever felt. All of those people who mocked me, laughed at me, harassed me, and beat me up, all those memories flashed through my mind. I was also in so much pain. All I could feel was burning, the heat being unbearable, like I was burning in hell. When it all stopped, there was a pile of ash where I laid. I looked in the mirror and saw the new me. I looked like a zombie with red skin and white eyes with no pupils. I realized that I was a ghost-like demon. I should have been horrified, but the only thing I felt was rage. I decided to go after Kieran first, tormented him for a month, all before deciding to kill him. I ripped out his teeth before gouging his eyes out and crushing his skull. Jonathan was next. I completely ruined his life. Haunted him to the point that he had a mental breakdown and left college. I then killed him by ripping him apart. Gabby, she ended up in a mental institution. When I was done with her, I strangled her and then slammed her down so hard her neck broke like a twig. With Jordan, I didn't even bother with the torment. I just killed him immediately. I tore every single one of his limbs, beat his face to a pulp, and finally stomped on his head until there was nothing left but blood, skull fragments, and brain matter. Now time for Carmela. Tonight is the night. She finally set up a camera recorder to watch her sleep, most likely so she could try and get a glimpse of me. I crushed the lens and pushed the camera down. Carmela bolts up awake and grabs her glasses. She looks in my direction. "Who's there?" she says. I guess she sees my shadow. She then gets up, runs towards the light, and flicks on the switch. As the light goes on, I manifest my physical form, and she finally sees me. She's absolutely speechless when she lays her eyes upon me. My burned and rotting skin, and my glassy white eyes. I finally see the fear in hers, still as cute as always. I smile at her, flashing my rotting teeth. She turns to the door. I wrap around her thin waist and squeeze her body in a bear hug. I'm strong enough to snap her like a twig, but I'll squeeze her slowly, just so she suffers. As I squeeze her, I'm enjoying her struggle, her gasps, her cries. I squeeze her tighter and tighter, squeezing all of the air out of her as I look into her eyes. She looks like she's about to pass out now, so I'll use my strength and squeeze her as tight as I can, snapping her spine and crushing her organs. She lets out one final gasp, with wide eyes as blood drips from her mouth. Her body now goes limp. Her eyes close. I'm still overcome with so much anger, so much rage, so I continue squeezing her limp, dying body as tight as I can. I finally look down at her broken, dead body, but I don't feel any better. I can only feel anger and hatred. I need to kill again.
If you aren't familiar with Patreon, it's an easy way for those interested in my work to see new exclusive content and updates before anyone else. By contributing as little as $1 per month, patrons will enable me to dedicate more of my time to creating by helping cover the many costs incurred for my work. You have access to a Discord chat, and you can chat directly with me at any time, among other things. Don't forget to check it out.
Another day working at the base. At least today, I don't have to feed it. It's been making so much noise lately. It scares the hell out of me. To give you all some context, I'm a guard at a government base. But I don't work at just any base. Here, we keep different types of prisoners. The scientists called them specimens. I honestly have no idea where they come from. Are they aliens? From parallel universes? Cryptids? I think these all might be correct, but I'm not sure. I don't know anything about them. What I do know is that they are dangerous, and everything in here is trying to kill us. I'm not the only guard here. There are a few of us. This place is tight with security, and we don't really know each other's names. And here, we are colors, and my color is blue. I work with green and red this week. We take shifts patrolling halls, cleaning them, and feeding the specimens. This week, I'm on patrol duty. Green is cleaning halls, and red is the one feeding the specimens. It's terrifying working here. You guys must be wondering why I'm still here then. Well, when I was assigned this job, I didn't know what it was going to be. We were told that we would be keeping safe, valuable assets for the military. My first thought was of a warehouse with special weapons or something containing biohazard materials. Something secret that needed to be kept safe from other people. Well, I was right about one thing. This is a warehouse. Just, this one is underground. We use a special entrance located at an undisclosed location. Yes, not even we know where this place is. We're brought here by plane once a month. We stay and work here for that month, and then we're off for a month after. It sounds good, I know, working 1 month and then being off for another, but it's not that simple. I think they use this system to keep their information compartmentalized. I don't know, and I honestly don't care. I've been thinking about leaving this place. It gives me nightmares nearly every night. I keep thinking something from this place is going to kill me. If not the specimens, then the government themselves. There are also the scientists, and they look like robots. I say this because they work with these things with no emotion at all. By the contrary, they are fascinated by the opportunity to work with something revolutionary, they say. I think this is dangerous. Like I said, I've been thinking about leaving this place and passing the information on to a reporter or something like that. They will never let us leave this place. How can they? After the things they keep here, it will cause mass panic in the world, knowing that creatures like this exist, that aliens have been visiting us for millions of years. Bigfoot is real. They can't. So, the only way is for me to disappear. If I run, I need to go off the grid for the rest of my life. This isn't really a problem for me, because I always wanted to live in a small cabin in the woods somewhere. And that's what I'll try to do. If I survive this. Like I said, I need to get out of this alive. I'm telling you this because today, one of the specimens is making much more noise than usual. Something is bothering it, and we don't know what, but Red had to feed it. Feeding them is the job we fear the most, because we need to get close to the cell door and open a small compartment to put the food in. Let's just say that some of these creatures can put their limbs, arms, or tentacles through some of these compartments, and you need to be very careful when approaching them. In my opinion, they made the doors like this on purpose. They're trying to test these creatures' aggression and interaction with us guards. Scientists are protected in their labs and can come close to these specimens when they are in their small induced comas, done by a nerve gas. But us, we're just expendable. We go with nothing and try to survive every day. Well, today wasn't our luckiest day. Let me tell you why. In Sector C, which is the one I'm working on, in cell number 37, there is the specimen that I fear the most. It is terrifying, and it screeches at all times of the day, sometimes louder than the others. But today, I think it's one of the most disruptive days so far. Red was trying to feed it today, but when he unlocked the compartment to put the food in a quick and sudden movement, the specimen slashed Red's throat with a smaller limb that could pass through the compartment. But this was not all. It started cutting slices from Red and bringing them inside the cell. It was eating Red piece by piece. I know this because I was patrolling the hallway and looking at Red at the moment. It was like the world had stopped around me until the base alarm started. I ran as fast as I could, but I could hear the creature screeching louder. But it was a different screech this time, much louder and with a different pitch. I ran to the main lab entrance where all the scientists were. One of them told me, with tears in his eyes, the creature evolved after eating the human flesh and had grown substantially in size and strength. He had tears running down his face and was paralyzed there just looking at me. I heard the creature screeching again and the loud bangs at the door. Two of the scientists started running towards the exit door of the lab. I followed after them, leaving behind the one that gave up on trying to escape. At the time that I was running, I completely forgot about Green. He was tasked with cleaning the halls, but I think he already ran away. That, or the creature got him first. We reached the main elevator. Me and two surviving scientists. We waited impatiently for the door to open. It was taking forever, and while we were waiting, we could hear the screams and the sound of flesh being torn at the end of the hall. The alarm lights were blinking red. and that only made everything more terrifying. The door was still closed. The elevator was still coming down. Out of all the floors that it had to descend past, we were the very last. Finally, it arrived. The doors opened and we enter. But as we do, extremely loud and fast stomps could be heard behind us. I look back, and for the first time, I see that specimen out of its cell, but now evolved, after eating so much human flesh. It was so much bigger. Its arms were massive, and it looked even more vicious. The elevator door was closing. The creature looked and ran in our direction, but before it reached us, the elevator doors closed just in time. And I think we're finally safe. So I thought. The elevator started going up, but it didn't get far. After 10 seconds of it lifting off, it abruptly stopped. We're all inside just looking at each other, with despair in our eyes. We didn't know what we could do, but we couldn't just sit there and wait. We're being hunted. So I decided to open the top hatch on the elevator and look for the emergency stairs to climb to the next floor as fast as we could. That's what I tried, but as I reached the top of the elevator, I hear the screeching from the creature again. I looked down and, through the hatch, I could see. It's cutting through the bottom of the elevator like a hot knife through butter. Finally, it tears a hole straight through it and finishes off both of the scientists. They disappear through the bottom of the elevator shaft. All I can hear is the screaming and despair of the scientists. The elevator is now broken and completely useless. I'm still sitting down here. I'm sitting at the top of it recording this message. I want people to know what happened here. I know I'm not likely going to survive this, but maybe you can make this story be known to everyone.
If you aren't familiar with Patreon, it's an easy way for those interested in my work to see new exclusive content and updates before anyone else. By contributing as little as $1 per month, patrons will enable me to dedicate more of my time to creating by helping cover the many costs incurred for my work. You have access to a Discord chat, and you can chat directly with me at any time, among other things. Don't forget to check it out.
Recently, I was playing with my friends in front of my house. We were just goofing around and hanging out. We always play after school in front of my house, but we live all close to each other. It's a nice neighborhood, safe, and we usually stay till dark just before dinner time. But this one day, we were playing with the soccer ball and I accidentally kicked the ball too far and it went to the front yard of another house, right in front of the living room window. Now, we know that this house doesn't have anyone living in it, but Sam, when he ran to get the ball, he stood in front of the living room window and he froze right in front of it. He was scared with something, and so he ran back to us and told us what he saw. He said that just when he reached the ball and stood in front of the window, he looked inside and someone was staring back at him. In his own description, to be more specific, it was a kid, our age approximately, but his skin was grayish, pale, and his face looked deformed. Me and Jack looked at each other and smiled. We thought Sam was just messing around and we told him, Sure, Sam, a creepy kid lives in that house alone. We laughed a little more and went to our houses. The next day came and after school we met in front of my house in the street, but this time only Jack appeared. For some reason Sam wasn't there. That wasn't usual because we meet every day after school to play. We tried to let it go and played ourselves. That night I heard someone speaking with my mother in the living room, but it sounded like a woman crying. I approached and peeked from the corner and saw Sam's mother sitting on my couch, crying. My mother was at her side trying to comfort her. I felt worried. Maybe something happened to Sam. That's why he didn't appear in the afternoon. Anyway, I was awake all night thinking about it. And the next day I spoke with Jack about what happened. Sam was missing, I was sure, and maybe what he said about that kid he saw in that house was true. I told Jack I wanted to check that house before it got dark. Maybe Sam could be there. Jack wasn't very happy with the idea of going there, but he agreed. We arrived in the same spot where Sam went to pick up the ball, and we stood there, looking at the window, waiting for something to happen. I couldn't see nothing. There was no one there, at least right now. As I prepared to leave, I looked at Jack and he was looking in front of him, but he looked tense and afraid, but paralyzed. I placed my hand on his shoulder and he screamed and started running. I got startled, but I tried to follow Jack. Luckily, he stopped running when he reached my house. I asked him what the heck was going on. The only words that came out of his mouth were, "I saw him." He looked in shock and was breathing heavily, but he kept repeating the same words. He said nothing else. It was getting dark, so we went back to our homes. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I think Jack saw that same kid that Sam saw just before disappearing. If that was the case, I feared for Jack's fate, but hope it wasn't related. Morning came, I looked at the alarm clock. 9 a.m. Because it was Saturday and we don't have school, I went immediately to Jack's house. As I got closer to the house, I saw the police car in front of the house. My heart dropped when I saw it. I immediately thought about what Jack and Sam told me. The kid they saw must have had something to do with this. It had to! I decided to see it for myself, for my friends, for my own sake. Even if I wanted to tell someone, I had no evidence or anything to show. I had to do this myself. I went to the house where they saw this kid. Again, I got close to the window and stood there, watching and waiting. Nothing was happening. I decided to go inside. Maybe they were there. The main door wasn't locked, so I just opened it and entered. Inside, just an empty space. Nothing in the floors or walls. All normal. I explored a little bit more and found a door to the basement. I walked down the stairs. When I reached the bottom, I looked around, but also, the basement was empty and it looked normal as well. It had 2 small windows, so it had some light from the outside. It wasn't very dark, but there was something very weird about it. I had this feeling, I don't really know how to explain it, but it was like I could hear voices. I felt there were things around me in that basement, but there was nothing there. That was until I was struck with visions that came and go. Flashes of something in there, but in a different place, like a parallel world. The worst part was Sam and Jack were there, inside a cocoon of bloody guts. This world was blood red and it looked like something from a horror movie. My friends trapped there. The visions got stronger and my legs got weaker as they came, more and more. A few more seconds have passed and behind my friends I saw a shadow that slowly became clear. It was a kid with a deformed face and grayish skin. He looked like a kid, but he looked old at the same time. It was the kid Jack and Sam told me about. I was frozen looking at him. He had saw me and somehow he had taken my friend to this world. I feared I was next. As I keep looking at him, slowly from behind him, a shadow starts appearing, like it was possessing that body. It's laughing manically at me and then it launches itself at me. All goes black. I wake up in my bed. I look at the alarm clock. It's 9 a.m. Saturday morning.
On a stormy night, Bea wakes up out of the blue, hungry, craving for a midnight snack. She goes down to the kitchen, opens the fridge, and takes out some milk and snacks. While she was going back to her room, with her hands full, she heard a noise. It sounded like a chain being cut in half. She went back to her room, constantly looking back. While she was walking, the hallway seemed to have gotten bigger and bigger, and her room door seemed to have gotten farther and farther away. Bea started to become breathless, as it seemed like she was running for hours. Not knowing what had happened, but yet very suspicious, she entered her room, sat on her desk, and started to drink her milk, pretending that nothing had happened. When her spirit was revived again, the lights began flickering suddenly, 3 times. The first time, Bea ignored it, thinking to herself,
It's probably just because of the storm.
She proceeded to ignore and kept doing what she was doing. The second time, the lights flicked harder. Suspicious, Bea stared at the ceiling, waiting for the next light tremor. Eventually, she got bored and went on with her life. The last light tremor became more aggressive, and a light bolt exploded. She waited patiently for the light to turn back on. In the corner of the room, there was a dark figure looking quite like a person, but not fully. It looked like it was staring at her. As her anxiety rised, she got ready to cover herself under the blankets. The lights turned on.
Thank God. I almost had a heart attack. What in the world was that? Am I going crazy? No, that must be all inside my head, for sure.
She covered herself top to bottom, since the blankets made her feel safe from whatever that was. 10 minutes later, when she was almost falling asleep, she heard a distorted voice calling for her. Bea! She immediately said to herself,
It's all in your mind. It's all in your mind. It's all in your mind.
The voice called for her again. Bea! She tried not to give in, but her curiosity took the best of her, and she uncovered herself. The voice seemed to be coming from downstairs. As she got up, the lights went down again. That time, she grabbed her phone and turned on the flashlight and walked slowly down the hallway. Constantly, she looked back to make sure that they weren't getting any bigger, nor darker as they did last time. She went down to the living room and heard the voice again, getting closer and closer. She pointed her flashlight toward the TV. Next to it, there was the dark figure staring at her. She grabbed the thing closest to her to defend herself.
Oh, great! An umbrella!
As she was about to point the flashlight toward the TV again, the dark figure disappeared. Bea looked around to find out where it went. As she was about to give up her search, she suddenly became cold and started to shiver. Bea looked back and saw the dark figure behind her, up close. It turned out this mysterious being had glowy white eyes. Bea screamed and started running. The dark figure threw a sharpened thing at her, and it hit her leg. Somehow, she continued to run with her leg bleeding. She decided to go up to her parents' room and to wake them up. The door was always a little bit hard to open, so she punched herself against the door until it opened. As it opened, she fell, bleeding and screaming, and saw her parents dead.
They won't hear you.
Oh, yeah? And why is that?
Because they're dead. Funny thing, though, you'll die excited.
The dark figure pulled her hair and threw her across the room. Weak, Bia managed to drag herself across the hallway to her room. The dark figure yelled her name and banged on the door.
Bia!
The dark figure managed to open the door and ran toward her with a kitchen knife. He began stabbing her multiple times.
The other day, while walking down the street, just for a normal walk, I passed by a man that was sitting down on a bench. He was mumbling something, but I couldn't understand what he was saying. The look on his face was terrifying. He looked tired and scared at the same time. I approached him and asked if he needed something. He wasn't even acknowledging me. I waited a few more seconds to see if there was any reaction from him, but nothing. I decided to leave when I felt someone grabbing my hand tight. I looked back and I saw the man looking at me with horror in his eyes. I was scared for my life because I didn't understand what he wanted. He said to me,
"Please, take her with you."
Not knowing what he was talking about, I asked, "Take who?" He then showed me a doll that he had with him at his side, but I hadn't seen her there before. Anyway, I just wanted to leave that place and go straight home. I took the doll and I left. I could have left her somewhere, but I didn't want to just throw her away in the garbage, so I took it home with me. Later in the evening, I was on my laptop doing some work when I heard a noise coming from the kitchen. Footsteps, to be exact, but I live in a small condo on the 3rd floor with only one entrance. Since I'm working in the living room, which has a clear view to the main door, it would hardly be an intruder. I went to the kitchen, sure of myself, and I saw the doll on the ground. I forgot that I had left her in there on the chair after dinner. I picked her up and I took her to the living room, just dropped her on the couch and kept working. I worked until late in the night, and before going to bed, I took a look at the doll one more time, and something was different. Her position seemed different from the one I'd left her in before in the evening. Maybe I was just tired. I left her there and I went to sleep. In the morning, I woke up with a terrible feeling. I'd been dreaming of something scary, a dark figure that was close to my bed. Did I just suffer sleep paralysis? It felt so real. I couldn't understand what the figure was, but it was dark and it made the room feel narrow. It's so hard to explain what this was. I got up and tried to do some work again, but before I reached the computer, as I passed the couch where I left the doll the previous night, I realized she wasn't there. Now, I was scared. I remembered leaving her on the couch. I saw it before going to sleep. I looked everywhere to see if there was someone in my house. Was someone playing games with me? I could only think about an intruder in my house. While I stood there in the middle of the living room, breathing heavily and looking everywhere, I listened to a noise coming from the basement door. I saw the door opening as it made a creaking sound. A horror cliche, I know, but it happened, and it was the scariest moment of my life. I approached the door and I looked down the stairs. Dark as night down there. My vision started adapting, and I could see at the bottom The doll was on the ground. I closed the door immediately. Whoever or whatever was downstairs, I didn't want to see it. But something started happening around me. The rooms were getting darker. Like day was becoming night. I was in complete panic until I was transported back to my bed. Was I dreaming? Having a nightmare? I couldn't move again. In the middle of the room, the dark figure I'd seen before starts becoming visible, and it looks like me, but a twisted version of myself.
All of this started when I went to university a few years ago. I wasn't happy at home because of my lack of friends, bad experiences in high school, and my boring retail job. After 2 years of feeling unfulfillment, I decided to follow my dreams to become a filmmaker and joined a filmmaking course. At first, I was optimistic and hopeful I would meet people I could actually get along with, but unfortunately, I was wrong. I have very poor social skills, as well as being very shy, and also, let's say others would call me weird. I tried to meet people, being kind, but I found I was ostracized and ignored by everybody. I was more alone than ever, and the loneliness just made my depression worse. Even at my new job, I didn't really talk with people. I started drinking alcohol and got a bad addiction. I eventually gave up and dropped out. The last week I was there, I was just waiting to be picked up. This was the worst week, as I had to sit in my dorm room and had to listen to people talking in halls and outside. One night, something weird happened. I was walking to my dorm room at 11 p.m. On the way back, I saw a man staring at me from across the street. He wore a top hat and coat, shadows covering his eyes, but I saw a big grin. He was smiling with a very wide smile. I could see all his teeth. I assumed he was drunk, so I took no notice and walked on. The next night, the final night I was there before my brother came and picked me up, I looked at my window and saw a group of people talking in a group. Suddenly, they turned and looked up at my window. They were all looking up at me with overly wide smiles. I looked at them smiling up at me for about a minute before I closed the curtains. When I did, I heard all of them laughing loudly, maniacally, like hyenas. I wanted to go down and confront them, but instead, I just drank whiskey from the bottle while playing Resident Evil on my laptop. A few months after I left university, I was happier. I accepted being alone and actually enjoyed being by myself most of the time, going into the gym, reading and playing video games. I had also quit drinking. I wasn't entirely happy as I had to go back to the retail job, but I had to make do. Unfortunately, I had a lot of anger issues, not only stemming from university, but also high school. Other than my anger issues, things were going fine, until one night, I was at my laptop playing games when I noticed something through the window, like an eyeball peeking at me, which was weird because I was on the second floor. I got up and walked up to the window and opened it, and saw a man with a wide smile, smiling at me. I almost jumped out of my skin. After a couple of seconds, I recognized that it was the same man from before, the man who had smiled at me on my way to the dorm. I shouted, "What the fuck?" before I opened the window and punched the man in the face. He fell to the ground. I ran downstairs and then out the front door looking for the man, but I couldn't see him. I walked down the street and still couldn't see him. However, I saw a figure, a much smaller figure of a little girl. She was staring at me with the same creepy smile and beady eyes. I then became creeped out.
It was 1 a.m. in the morning, and this child was out by herself, smiling at me. I was so creeped out, I ran inside, locked the doors, and sat in my room. I tried to sleep, but I couldn't get their smiles out of my mind. I stayed up playing video games to take my mind off them. 2 days later, I was still thinking about those people and their fucking smiles whenever I was working out or at work. That evening at work, I was stacking shelves on the biscuit aisle when a bunch of children came to buy some sweets. I didn't pay them any attention until, out of the corner of my eye, I saw one of them. A girl smiling at me with that same creepy smile. I just froze as she stared at me. Seconds later, all the kids turned and smiled at me with the same faces. I stepped back and turned and saw from the other side of the aisle a man peeking from the corner with the same wide eyes and wide smile. I was so uncomfortable and creeped out that I just walked to the bathroom. On the way there, I heard the children all laughing. I hid in the bathroom for like 30 minutes before I had the courage to walk out. Back on the shop floor, I continued working, but looking around at everyone, customers and co-workers, fully expecting to see that smile. I had been saving up for a concert for a pop star that I'd been listening to throughout high school. I loved her music, which got me through very hard times. I took a train to London to see her perform. Everything was fine, and I saw no creepy smiles. Not on the train, not in London, and not in the hotel. Though in the hotel before the concert, I kept on thinking about them. The smiling people. Are they real, or am I just going crazy? I went to the concert and waited for an hour for her to perform. When she came on and performed, I was having the time of my life. It was my first concert and the music was great. I also felt like a regular person for once. I got up to the front row to take a good photo of her. That's when she looked at me and smiled. Her smile got bigger and bigger until it was so wide she didn't even look human. Like a witch. I dropped my phone and looked at her while she smiled at me. With that fucking smile. I looked around and saw people in the crowd pulling the same inhumane smile looking at me. I ran out of the hall and into the men's bathroom, locking myself into the stall. I was horrified. What the fuck was happening? I remembered dropping my phone and that I didn't have it. I stood in the stall, deciding whether I should man up and run and get my phone or just leave the venue. Before I could make a decision, I heard a chuckling behind the door. I slowly opened the door and saw the same fucking man who was at my window, smiling dead into my eyes with that same inhumane smile. Not only was I cornered, but I was enraged. Just as the man started laughing maniacally, I started throwing punches right into his mouth, followed by swings and haymakers. I got the man to the floor and shouted, "Who the fuck are you?" He just looked up at me with that same wide smile, blood coming out of his mouth, a couple of his teeth on the floor. I had his blood on my knuckles, which I also cut from hitting him. I kicked him in the face before leaving the bathroom. I went into the hall where the concert was going and saw all the people closest to me at the back of the concert all turn and smile at me with their same inhumane smile. I ran out of that concert and ran straight to my hotel without looking at anyone else in the face. I stayed up at that hotel all night waiting for the morning so I could get the first train back home. When I got home, I quit my retail job to my parents' dismay. But instead, I'm training to be a web developer so that I wouldn't have to interact with people anymore. I don't go out, and for exercise, I just do bodyweight workouts and shadowboxing in my room and have my food, clothes, and other stuff delivered to me. Every night I hear laughing, chuckling, and giggling outside of my window. I never do look outside. I'm just sick of seeing that face. 3 days ago, The worst thing has happened yet. My parents were out of town for the night for their anniversary. While I was in my room, I heard chuckling outside my window. I ignored it at first, before I heard multiple people laughing. I opened the curtain and saw dozens of people outside my house, laughing up at my window. I saw the man I beat up in London, who was at my window last time as well. There were multiple people of different ages, adults, old people, teenagers and children, all laughing at me with those wide, inhumane smiles. I shut the curtains and froze, unsure of what to do. Part of me wanted to call the police. The more angry part of me wanted to grab a weapon and fight those freaks outside. I heard footsteps outside my door. I got up and ran out of my room and froze. Right in front of me was a young girl. Same wide, creepy smile. This girl was giggling. Her smile got wider and wider until it looked inhumane. Her cheeks started to tear and bleed. I got back into my room and shut the door. Outside my window were multiple faces with wide, inhumane smiles, all looking at me. I screamed at them to go away. I kept on screaming at them, but they just stayed there. Somehow, at my second floor window, looking at me with those unnatural smiles. I closed my eyes. I could still hear the girl behind the door laughing, this time in hysterics. I then heard footsteps in my room. I saw the pop star whom I saw perform standing in my room, looking down at me with a wide smile. The man in the top hat was also laughing at me, peeking through an open window. I heard hysterical laughter outside and from beyond the door. Finally, I stood up and screamed, "Leave me the fuck alone!" at the man in the top hat and charged at him in the window. I woke up in a hospital, face and arms covered in bandages. I told the doctors everything, but of course, they didn't believe me. The doctors gave me medication to treat schizophrenia, and my dad has put boards on my windows so I don't jump out. The worst thing though, after cutting myself on the window, is that I see a wide smile every time I look in the mirror.
I love walking in the woods, just walking alone, especially during the day. Sometimes I go at night, but I prefer during the morning or afternoon. A certain day, while walking, I came across a concrete structure. As I got closer, I started noticing it had an entrance which was very dark. It was against the rock of the side of a mountain. My instincts told me not to go inside, but my curious explorer nature told me the opposite. I stepped closer to the entrance and I saw on the ground a small oil lamp. Again, all my instincts were screaming not to go inside, but I ignored them. I picked up the lamp to see if it worked, and it did. It didn't shine a lot, but enough to see where I placed my feet. So I began my journey inside. At the same time I was terrified of being inside this tunnel, I felt excited. I couldn't avoid having a smile while walking this empty structure. I kept on walking, but this place looked endless. I could barely see. There was something around me besides the ground, which was some kind of gravel. Like I said, I couldn't see anything, just darkness everywhere. Who built this? I asked myself. I had been walking through these woods all my life and never came across this place. We're pretty isolated, but still. Suddenly, I started listening to footsteps. They weren't very loud, but they were definitely footsteps. They started getting louder, so it meant it was getting closer. Now, I did feel nervous because I couldn't see anyone, but they could see me with this lamp. Frozen in place, I tried to focus on the location of the footsteps, but to no avail. Not being able to see and having the footsteps getting closer, I decided it was time to leave, so I started walking faster in the direction I came, or so I thought. The light at the end of the tunnel didn't appear, but I kept walking. Suddenly, whoever or whatever was walking in my direction started going faster, so I started running. After a few minutes of running, I had to stop. I was exhausted. I could feel my heart almost coming out of my chest, but the footsteps had stopped. There was only silence now. But there was something strange ahead of me. I couldn't understand what it was. It was an egg-shaped bluish thing, I would say 20 feet from me. I was still standing frozen and nervous in place, looking at it, trying to understand what this thing was. A slimy sound could be heard, and it didn't look like the egg or whatever that thing was moving up. Slowly, I could see a little more of it. It was getting bigger. All of a sudden, a pair of glowing eyes appeared. That was it for me. I started running in the opposite direction, still holding the lamp, but I had no idea where I was going. Anyway, I wanted to get as far as possible from that thing back there. But just when I thought it was safer, I stopped, and in front of me, 2 of those same creatures appeared. They were exactly the same. I turned around and another appeared. I was surrounded by them. I started running again, trying to put some distance between me and those things. They kept chasing me through that tunnel. I couldn't see anything. I was running in complete darkness, but somehow the creatures stopped chasing me. I looked back and there was nothing behind me. Strange. I could have sworn they were just on my tail. A few seconds passed, and I heard the most terrifying sound I had ever heard in my life. A deafening screech. It came from the opposite direction. Frozen in place, without being able to move, I kept looking back. Heavy steps could be heard coming in my direction. At this point, I accepted my fate. There was no way I was going to leave this place. The footsteps continued, getting closer to me, until they stopped right in front of me. I heard a voice of a man speaking to me, dressed as a miner. He asked me what I was doing in the mine because I wasn't allowed to be there. At that moment, I almost cried from joy. I was so relieved I cannot describe it with words. He escorted me to the exit, and just when I was about to leave the place, I was transported back to that moment when I was hearing the footsteps. By this time, accompanied by a deep voice coming from behind my ear.
You will never leave this place.
I was walking with my friend on a hiking trail. About a few hours into it, we noticed something in the distance. Because it was so far away, we weren't really able to get a good look at it. At first, we thought it was an animal, but then it stood up on its hind legs like a person. My friend and I noticed it was covered in what looked like dark fur. It was either that or some kind of costume. We both thought that maybe somebody was playing a trick on us, but that didn't really make any sense. We were kind of in the middle of nowhere, and there's no way that the person would know that we'd spot him from so far away. My friend and I at that point just thought maybe it was some crazy person, but while we were trying to figure out what we were seeing, whatever it was, all of a sudden started running on all fours on the hiking trail towards our direction. Even though it kind of spooked us, we weren't really too concerned at the time. Whatever that thing was would need to travel a couple of miles along the hiking trail to get to us, and in between us and that thing was a canyon that was too deep and steep to cut through. So my friend and I figured that we'd be done hiking the trail before the animal could even reach us. However, about half of an hour later, as we traveled up the trail, we all of a sudden saw the animal again. But this time, it was on a lower part of the trail that was only about a couple 100 yards away. We couldn't believe our eyes. For it to have reached where it currently was, that meant it either found a shortcut through the forest, or it had traveled several miles in different terrain in the span of 30 minutes. At that moment, we realized that we were in danger. So we wasted no time. We started running for our lives and didn't stop until we arrived at the tourist resort at the end of the trail. From there, we just took a cab back to our car that was parked miles away at a camping ground. To this day, we still don't really know what it was. People said it was the dog man, and I wouldn't have believed it if it wasn't for the fact that I saw it with my own eyes.
I was living in Hollywood to try my hand at acting. Rent around the area was pretty steep, but fortunately, I was able to find a place fairly quickly. I was renting a private room in a house. My roommates were thankfully just normal guys who also wanted to be actors. The rent was pretty cheap, and I was grateful my roommates were at least normal. Everything seemed fine for the first few months living in the house. But then, I started to experience a few weird things. At first, I would see moving shadows out of the corner of my eyes. I thought they were one of my roommates, but I would then realize that my roommates were either asleep or out of the house at the time. The most disturbing incident was when I would see moving shadows out of the corner of my eyes, but in my own room. I would rationalize it by thinking that it was just me being tired from working my day job, as well as going to auditions at night. Eventually, I would hear what sounded like a woman crying from my closet, but every time I would look, I would never find anything. Maybe it was just the TV being left on, I'd constantly tell myself. But I knew deep down, something wasn't right. When I would bring up the subject with my roommates, they would act strange, like they thought I was being silly or that I was just pranking them. That made me even more suspicious. Some of the incidents would happen in a cluster, and then I'd go weeks or even months without experiencing anything. After a while, I really did start to believe that I was just seeing and hearing things due to my busy schedule. But all of that doubt went out of the window when one day, while I was alone in the house, I saw what looked like a woman staring at me with big round eyes from the darkness of my closet. I remember jumping out of my desk and backing into a wall so hard that it even shook a picture frame off its hook. My room was so poorly lit at the time, but after grabbing a desk lamp and pointing it in the direction of my closet, I no longer saw anybody there. After carefully inspecting the closet, I was sure that nobody could have snuck out. That's when I was convinced that the house was haunted. I confronted my roommates right after and pretty much pressured them into telling me the truth. That's when they gave in and told me that they too had experienced a few unexplainable things in the house. A few had even seen the woman I had described. Some of them were so disturbed by the incident that they did a little research on the house. They found out that it was a lot older than most of the houses in the area. But the most significant thing they found out, a woman who lived here decades ago had ended her life in the house. In fact, she passed away in the closet of my room by hanging herself. That was the reason my rent was so cheap. My roommates had trouble being able to keep the room rented because of all the weird things that would happen. Even though they would attempt to get evidence of a haunting using cameras and voice recorders, they would never catch anything on the devices. Hearing all of this freaked me out, of course, but I decided to stay. I guess having a cheap place to stay was more desirable than being haunted by some dead woman. Weirdly enough, the haunting seemed to go away once I started trying to capture some evidence. It's like the ghost, if that's what it truly was repelled by anybody trying to capture it on camera or a voice recorder. Nothing really happened ever since. I moved out a few years later, but even though this happened a few decades ago, I'll never forget the sight of that woman in my closet.
True sleep paralysis horror story. I live in a small apartment alone. I will not disclose where I live or my name, but what I'm about to tell you is absolutely true and has been happening to me on a daily basis. The reason I'm writing about it is because I am desperate and I am hopeful this might help or someone can help me. I suffer from insomnia. Every night I go to bed and cannot fall asleep. I can only sleep if I take pills. Still, my sleep is terrible. I have nightmares every single time. Nothing's happened to me in my life. I've had no traumas, nothing. The nightmare started a few months ago, and I'm always dreaming about the same thing. A black figure appears near my bed and doesn't move, just stares at me. I cannot make out what it is because it's too dark, but it's always the same. I wake up and see it at my side of the bed, staring at me. I have my eyes open, but cannot move the rest of my body. Last night was the worst one, and that is the reason I'm writing this. Like always, before bed, I took my pills to help me sleep. I get to bed and close my eyes, hoping this time is the one that I am going to be able to sleep without these crazy nightmares. Like clockwork, I woke up again in the middle of the night. This time, something is different, because usually the figure is already at my side. Not this time. I cannot see it anywhere. But that's when I look at my feet, and I start seeing the figure appearing slowly. It's too dark in the beginning for me to see it clearly. It's the same black shadow every night. Not this time. Slowly, the figure starts becoming more and more clear, and I can see its face. I woke up immediately feeling my heart bursting out of my chest. Tonight, I decided to write this and ask for help because I don't know what is happening to me, but I do feel that the figure is getting closer to me. Please help me.
A man is doing a bit of cleaning around the house. It's just another Saturday night for him. His phone suddenly makes a ping sound. He smiles when he sees that it's an update from the food he ordered. Your Uber Eats driver is at the restaurant waiting to pick up your order, the message says. After reading the message, he puts his phone away and goes back to cleaning. After a few minutes, he gets another update. Your Uber Eats driver has picked up your order and is on his way, the message says. The man smiles again, relieved. He's starving and can't wait to try the food from the new Chinese place. Several minutes go by before he gets another ping on his phone. Your food stork driver is about to arrive, the message says. Upon reading the latest message, the man starts to clean himself up just in case he has to meet with the driver. But just as he's in the middle of preparing, he gets another ping on his phone. He looks at it, thinking it's another update. However, this time, it's a message from the driver. Ricky. Hey, Greg, having a hard time finding your place. What's the front of the house look like? Greg quickly replies with, front of the house has a potted cactus, porch lights on. The driver responded shortly with, Found it. I'm here. See you real soon. With his food about to be dropped off, Greg takes a few dishes and silverware from the cabinet. But before he can finish preparing, the doorbell rings. Nice, Greg mutters happily. But as he looks through the peephole, he sees a man in a hoodie standing over the bag that contains his food. Why is he still here? Greg asks himself. As he continues to stare through the peephole, the driver proceeds to just stand on his porch. Trying to assess the situation, he looks at his phone again. There, on his screen, is the latest update. Your Uber Eats driver has dropped off your order, the message says. What else does he want? Greg thinks to himself. He looks through the peephole again, only to see the driver still standing there. Damn it, Greg scoffs. I'll just wait here till he leaves. But to his dismay, his phone makes a ping sound as he gets a message. Crap, Greg thinks to himself. That freak must know I'm by the door now. His worst fear is confirmed when the hooded man outside starts to speak. Hey, sorry to bother you. I just sent you a message asking if I could use your bathroom. It was kind of a long drive and I really gotta go. There aren't any stores nearby, and all the lights from the neighbors' houses seem to be off. Greg is caught off guard by the request, but he definitely has no intention of letting this strange man into the house. No, sorry, I can't help you. I'm actually in the middle of cleaning, Greg replies. And, there's a solution in the toilet that needs to soak for a while. Oh, come on, please? I really have to go. The driver responded. Just piss in the bushes if you want. I don't mind, Greg replied. For real? I can't do that. I might get arrested, the driver said. Then, sorry, I can't help you, Greg replies. Greg hears the driver grunt from behind the door. Despite the fact that he angered the driver, there's no way he was letting him in the house. As Greg looks through the peephole, he sees the driver finally walking away. Breathing a sigh of relief, Greg waits a few minutes to make sure the coast is clear. Upon seeing that nobody is in his yard, he opens the door to retrieve his order. But just as he does, the driver suddenly appears out of nowhere. He walks with a fast pace towards Greg's porch. "Seriously, just let me use your bathroom. I really need to go," the driver yells. Greg is momentarily jarred by the sight, but he gets himself together and hastily grabs his order before retreating back into the house and shuts the door right behind him. As Greg locks it, the driver once again lets out an audible grunt of frustration, and as he begins to walk away, the driver murmurs the word, "Asshole." It's followed soon after by the sound of footsteps leaving. To his relief, the coast is clear once again, but this time, Greg hears the sound of a car driving. "Finally," Greg says to himself. He walks over to the kitchen with his much-awaited food in hand. He's irritated to see that the restaurant forgot the soy sauce. He opens the fridge and digs through it, looking for the soy sauce. Getting a bit frustrated, he asks, "So, Greg, where do you keep the soy sauce?" There, lying just a few feet away on the kitchen floor, is the mutilated and bloody body of the real Greg, wrapped in a plastic sheet. "Where'd you say?" the man asks, acting as if the corpse responded to him. "Oh, there it is," the man happily says as he grabs the bottle of soy sauce. He looks towards Greg's corpse again. "Thanks, Greg," the man says. "Oh, and thanks for letting me use your Uber Eats account again for dinner."